Good afternoon or evening for some others out in the world right now. This is Aaron Carson with Role Playing Public Radio, and this is another Patreon game. Today we are playing Red Markets. The title of this particular scenario is Movin' Right Along. And today we have 4 of the players. So I'm actually going to go a little bit reverse right now because, not to at least spoil this right now, but you might notice we have a special guest among our other honored guests today. So we're going to start down with Dan. Can you tell us who your guy is?
I am running Blackbird. He is, well, for lack of a better term, a drone guy with an obsession with the Beatles. Well, not obsession. That would be a spot.
So, man, that would actually
he has
be
a lot of
fun.
gear. Weird. Anyway.
Okay. So this, I would actually bring up something since this is a newer taker group that has been given the name of the Merry Men. So by the current one. So sorry to drop that one on you, but how did you find your way to the Merry Men?
It came with me from Arizona, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean,
And
we
I
made
met
it
my
through
mate-
that ridiculous battlefield, so I figure you know something.
Yeah, and I burned the DHQS over there, and my mate Iviz, he was working out this way, so
Yep.
So it's not one singular really taker group. It's more of a collective that just kind of you can go in and out of too, kind of like a trade union, I guess, for lack of a better term. So, all right, well that brings you up to we have our friend Will playing BuzzFeed.
Oh yeah, BuzzFeed is a UK journalist, probably like the Albion Broadcasting Corporation or whatever it was in the dark timeline of Red Markets. He got caught out here in the crash. Got turned latent, can't go back, can't go to the lost. So he's made a living out here doing, real journalism. Slightly gonzo journalism, but it fuels his, you'll see. Depends on how many people I can screw over in the course of this.
True.
Other people.
Other people. Yeah, other people.
Okay,
Not
very
my
good.
fellow takers. You remember. It was play everybody off against each other at the time last time. Yeah.
It
Which
worked
could be a
well.
problem, especially for your own profit.
Yeah, but I am the talker, and my spots are weak spot too curious and soft spot exposing the truth. So
Excellent.
all
right, well, hopefully we're
word
not
scene, whatever they were called.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're not going to be exposing the truth about each other too, because that might be a little more stress related. So, next up is our old friend Scribblykin, who's not played in one of my games in I think years now.
At least 3.
Yeah. But it's good to have you back. So who are you playing?
I'm playing Mad Old Jack Ty. I joined the Merry Men when they came around these parts, and my weak spot is I'm not to be outdone. You don't outdo me, I'll outdo you. And I got a soft spot for underdogs, and I'm lost. They know about me. They're out in the DHQS. They know I'm out here publicly, and I'm legally dead. But I ain't dead, so that's why. And I'm going out as a taker. That and my poor boy Sal, he's a 10-year-old with leukemia. So I've got to go out there and get me some dosh.
So, well, we will have enough crypto for you for the anything you need, or just for an old spitting bucket if that's just what you're required to. But given you're dependent, that might need a little bit better.
Chemo ain't cheap.
It absolutely is not. So, but last and absolutely not least, right now, by special guest that was a massive surprise to me, our friend Patsy, who is primarily responsible for the majority of all the artwork you will see in the RPPR Patreon After Hours content. So, welcome, Patsy.
Hi, yeah, great to be here.
3 cheers for Patsy. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Don't cheer. I'm going to get you all killed in this game. Don't cheer me yet.
It's fine.
You ain't the one carrying live munitions.
And really, it's the
This
dice.
is true.
It's the dice that's going to get us killed.
And yeah, this evening I will be playing Highviz, who is, he was a media student from Ireland who spent his gap year in the United States, and during the crash, he met the work crew. He joined because he was working construction during his year off up in the mountains. They were able to get down out of there to find that the world was in ruins, which is why he has 2 of his work crew, Jakob and Jimmy, still clinging to him, like lost survivors to a shipwreck. And his dad's left him a bit shaken, so he has no inner monologue. If things are bad, he will say that they're bad.
just anything that you can or anything that you might want. So
yeah, that's his weak spot. His soft spot is waste not, want not, because they came down from those mountains with an awful lot of construction equipment that they haven't used for anything.
Oof.
And got most of the group killed. That's why there's 3 of us. You can only carry so much stuff, but you never know when it'll
you're
come
not
in useful.
alone. Not alone on the waste not, want not. Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a scavenger, in case you can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And yeah, he's worked with BuzzFeed in the past, but wandered off in order to find his long-lost brother. Turns out he didn't find him because he's back here with you.
All right. Well, and that's probably good that you've managed to all come together now, because it's a little bit of a tense time in the Lost right now. So it's at the moment right now, it's spring. So that's like coming into late March, early April. So, and normally at this time, most of the jobs would be a little bit easier because with the warming weather, travel is a little bit easier. And a lot of the other casualties are still kind of in not only torpor, but just frozen because of the general weather off in the air in the Midwest to the West. So that can make a lot of travel between enclaves easier, being able to get to jobs without having to worry about taking unnecessary risks. That's a big part of that. Unfortunately, though, the activity of the local weather has been way up since it's like this time, and nobody can really fully track the source of it, or at least they thought they could initially. That's like because people were going along normal tracks, usually between that's like where the Trabajo routes, where you're actually currently stationed right now that's like the moving enclave, almost all the way south down towards the watering hole, which is in Arizona, and even as far as to the east back in Corbusier in the Illinois area. They have found that there are migration patterns of casualties going way outside of what they should, for at least finding food, tracking animals if they're alive and whatnot. Investigations from that's like it and rumors going along with that's like over Ubik basically have brought up a clue, a potential one, which is kind of unsubstantiated because nobody can get a close enough look. But really fuzzy drone footage seems to show that there is vehicles, almost a very small caravan made up of like what looks like an older car, like something from the 50s, and then a bus or two that seems to be going through this casualties. And more oddly enough, it seems like there's a straight line that's around them that they can just get through, and then about an hour or two later, everything is closed up behind them. So, and no one has been able to really figure this particular thing out.
Can they tell who's on the vehicles? Or are they closed from the top?
Unfortunately not, because the vehicles, it's the footage they're getting from when they're on the high-res cameras are about a mile or two out, so coming from the sky. And whoever is driving them appears to be using some sort of a very simple laser pointers, like I said, stuff that may have been retrofitted from cat toys or stuff to be able to defeat some of the cameras. So nothing that would be that's like more or less short range, but it's good enough for the surveillance drones. So, but this is where you guys have been. You have been stuck. It's like around the Utah border with Colorado for about a week or two, not really being able to go to work. When you get a message that the conductor would like to see you. So this is a little bit odd because you know that they haven't really called out for any jobs. They've been stating up. That's like everybody's been told to wait in place and to think around. So if anybody wants to do any kind of research or that's like information checks, you can do so now.
I just want to check before we go any further. Are we in the normal red markets thing of there being multiple jobs, or are we sort of do a job that you've already... I'm easy either way, but you know what I mean.
This is planned, but you will have negotiations, so...
Okay.
Cool. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't look for work.
All right, so when we're looking for work, we're looking for the details, not so much for work, correct?
Yeah. This is just more. Yeah, this is just kind of get details for other things later on. So you are technically on a score. So.
Wait, whoa. Are we on a score, or are we doing negotiations?
You basically, sorry, this is planned, but you're getting information just to basically help with negotiations in the later. So, to spoil it a little bit. So,
Yeah, sounds
We're
good.
not
So,
fetching spots. We're just learning more about the situation, right?
yeah, mhm, yeah.
Yep.
well,
Right.
I'd like to do a. I guess it would really be research, to be
Okay.
honest.
Yeah, go ahead.
And from what I understand of everything that's going on, I'd like to research all of the stuff that we've got. You know, the
Okay.
accumulated knowledge of the caravan kind of thing.
Okay, so for what you think they've gotten from the information about this caravan that's going through these casualties.
Yeah. Anything that,
Okay.
searching lifelines and stuff. I will roll physical dice if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
That is. Wait, that's a 9. That is a 3 and a 3 on the black and a 9 on the red. So I fail.
Okay.
I don't get anything.
Yeah. This is a ghost of a situation. So the only thing that I'm going to say that you can actually get from that is a weird rumor that the one of the drones that got closest to it before being taken down was picking up a little bit of music. So nobody could particularly identify it at the moment. So because of how garbled it was, but that seems a bit odd.
Music that keeps casualties away. Interesting. Okay, this seems like the sort of thing people might be talking about. So I might want to network and see if I can see if anyone around might know what's on the conductor's mind, like why he might be asking for us, why any of this might be relevant to him or our settlement specifically.
Okay, go ahead. So
network. That is 4 under. I also fail.
Oh, so yeah, you have no other knowledge about why he would go through that, or at least come to you specifically, because there are more established. It is weird because there are more established taker groups like the luchadors, so who are that's like normally on site. I will say that what you can get from that is that you've heard another rumor that they're looking for non-standards. So, or at least non-established groups within Trabajo as regular taker groups. They kind of know that the Merry Men are more of a loose association.
I think they're looking for someone expendable. I think reading between the lines, they're too attached to the luchadors, and who can blame them?
Yeah, so those are kind of
and
the mascots.
They really want to get rid of Mad Old Jack.
Okay. So at least that's where you've been able to pick up. Blackbird or Jack, anything you would like to research?
Foresight. Is there a way to drone proof versus the lasers? I mean, clearly the drone's not going to get knocked out of the sky by those things, but it could screw up the footage. Yep.
Yeah, it would basically scrub the footage is the big issue with that too. And worst case scenario, if somebody's actually watching it, that could kind of mess up their piloting. So is the big part of it. But yeah, you can go ahead, make a foresight to see if there's anything you can think of.
That is a 9 over 7.
Absolutely. Hey, luckily enough for you, one of the materials that they have still in here is a bit of mesh. That's like more transparent mesh screen that they were able to take off of older screens that seem to bounce or refract the light a little bit, so it's not getting through. So that could be easily installed over the camera lens. So and it should not. Hopefully, it will definitely reduce the resolution a little bit, but it won't. It shouldn't actually cause it to be completely useless. So
mechanics, can I build a gadget to rotate it in and out or slide it in and out?
Yes, we'll let you do that here in a second. You can go ahead and roll, and while we go over to Jack and see what he has.
Blackbird, do you think I can borrow one of them there ubiquituses that you've got? I want to go on the lifelines and look for information.
You can take mine, Jack. I mean, here. Oh, wait, let me just sanitize them.
Don't kill the old man. Or if you do, don't put him into a vector first. Put those away.
Could I borrow your ubiquitous for a bit? I want to do some research on the lifelines.
Yep. Regrettably, that distracted him, but the mechanics roll failed. So,
yep.
Okay. So
he's just got a pack of those things to stuff on the lens and hope for the best when he needs to.
How much did it fail by?
A lot.
A lot? Okay. So,
Yeah,
all right.
4 under 7.
4 under 7?
Meanwhile, old man tries to use the internet.
Okay. All right. So, yeah.
Fails predictably.
Fails
Awesome.
predictably.
8
And-
under 9.
Okay. And what were you trying to find out with your research on
Open up a
UBIC?
charge.
More information about essentially what the word is that's causing these unusual migration patterns, because probably everyone's looking into that, because fuck, we can't live if this keeps on.
Yeah. So yeah, no, this has been you can't really find anything in particular because unfortunately, you're not a casualty
I find
meteorologist.
every conspiracy theory. That's what I find.
The conspiracy theories. Okay.
Only
It's
the
them
bad
lunar
ones.
rays, Blackbird. It's them lunar rays. They say
Okay.
it's them lunar rays causing the casualties to wander about in unusual patterns.
Mm-hmm. That is a thing they say. Thank you for these back. He wipes them down.
Oh, actually, so since you brought that up, at least you're looking for conspiracy theories. You delve long enough where, go ahead and make a luck check, odd or even.
So 1d, yeah, 1d2. I'll say even is good.
Okay.
Nope, odd.
All right. Yeah, you actually get that's like one of the conspiracy theories that there is a bunker hidden underneath hidden underneath one of the Native American facility sides off the watering hole that is pumping out heavy metal music, and that is particularly being transmitted into space, and that is raining back down through UBIC and driving the casualties insane.
I'm laughing my ass off and relating all of this to Blackbird as I go through.
Yeah.
No wonder you're failing your check on mechanics.
Yeah.
Trying to keep a steady hand, and this old bastard just looms up behind you.
Have you ever read something this insane, Blackbird? Hey, Blackbird.
Yeah, exactly. Do we have enough data off of the shots that the drones that have had done footage as to the wavelength of the laser they're using?
So, for that, I will have to say that would be another research check to see, or if you want to go ahead.
How about drone pilot?
Yeah, so actually, I'm gonna say this is 2-ply for this one. So that would be, I would actually say that would be drone pilot to see if you can get that information,
Sure.
and then either a research or mechanics roll to see if that could be cleaned up, or to at least you can extrapolate the data. Excuse me.
Yep. Not 260-10. There we go. That is a tie that goes to the market. Fantastic. Nope, not out there. Does not exist. Some say it's green, some say it's red, some claim violet, but those were too expensive.
I will say that it did go to the market, but you do get something out of this. You actually try to search for that particular frequency, and you run into a DHQS firewall.
Fabulous. So they could be involved or also try to solve it. By the way, when you say the migration pattern of casualties, but then you also say there's the one group. Are there multiple groups like this, or is there just the one stream around this one group of vehicles?
No one really knows, because this is, again, affecting things on such a large swath of area that, and the reports are so weirdly spotty between everybody that no one can really confirm or what is out here. So this may be multiple groups out there, or this may be one group on a very long trip.
Have any enclaves gone dark?
Thankfully, no. That is, nobody has gone dark. It's just the interruption of normal trade routes and have restricted the ability to travel or to be able to do normal jobs.
Nobody wants to run face first into an enclave, except for us.
Yeah. So, all right. But that's about the time.
Stampede, not enclave.
You are approached by one of the conductor's attendants, who immediately says he's requesting your presence.
Does Ivers have time to do a prep action?
Well, I just failed to network.
Yes,
so
you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
I forgot that we all failed.
I think I sat
conclusively.
down beside
Yes.
someone, bought
Yes.
them a
Sorry,
beer,
yes.
and then noticed a mole on their head and couldn't resist pointing it out.
Well,
Yeah.
then, I mean, it's time for my interview with the conductor, of course. Very important man. All to my thousands of subscribers.
So, hopefully, are you planning on recording this for your own posterity?
Well, yes, but they have to sign a form, of course.
Okay, so all right, so BuzzFeed, I guess, will be going in, and everybody else will have general actions as we're going through negotiations as well. So, is anybody else going in with BuzzFeed?
I mean, will we be able to do scabs?
Yeah. So we'll still be able to do that. So, okay. So, all right then. But yeah, BuzzFeed. You go in and you see the conductor in the large. It's like for the large engine, the engine cabin, with the desk. You notice that he's very nervous right now. He just seems to be kind of looking around and looking behind him, and it takes you a minute to realize that there is somebody standing behind him. There's looks when you look at them, there's not really any way to parse it. He's much cleaner. He's it's like obviously in what looks like an official jacket that is more vinyl. This appears to be somebody from DHQS.
Why? One of the DHQS boys. I didn't think you guys came this far.
Things change, Mr. BuzzFeed. Is it?
Yes. I've worked with with Agent Lynch on a, but very hush hush, of course.
Lynch. Yeah. Somebody who we don't really talk about that much anymore. So, that's got a retirement.
That's the business, isn't it? You're not supposed to talk about it. But what can we do? What can we do for you boys, gentlemen, of course?
Well, I think this is more of a time frame for general privacy. So he puts his hand down on the desk and looks at the conductor. Can we use your office for a second? And the conductor just almost shoots up immediately. He says, absolutely, nothing to say with you right now. That's good. And as he's going out, you see... I will let you go ahead and make an awareness roll as he's getting up.
Okay. That is a 10 on the black and a 5 on the red, so I make it.
Oh, he spills some papers that are down that look. That's like once he starts, you try to pick them up, but he grabs them quickly, and as he's walking out with them, you catch out of the lie that those are roots, the primary roots that Trabajo uses. And more in turn, it actually has another one of those seems to be a satellite picture that shows targets of particular bridges and junctions.
Probably a gift from our friends here from the department.
So, or incentive to be able to get.
Yes, of course.
Get him out now. So, as he closes the door, the DHQS agent sits behind the desk. What do you know about the moths?
The moths, terrorists. The people who unleashed the blight upon America. We, from what I understand, the brave boys of the military could have held the country if it wasn't for, these subversives. But then again, we're all dead, right? So what's the opinion of a dead man worth?
Well, a lot, considering the fact that we act like in this particular situation, if you can help us find something from these subversives, we can technically bring you back to life.
And he looks at the black veins in his hands, and he says, well, that would be rather nice.
I obviously can't say in the biological stance, but in turn, we can set you up in, that's like you and your companions in far more comfortable stance with full benefits as reinitiated citizens of the reclamation.
The reclamation. Okay. Well, what could we offer the DHQS? So fighting terrorists is your game.
Oh, it's not really fighting terrorism that really worry about too. It's more about taking things back that were ours in the first place, but also more beneficial to the mankind that the moths decide that they don't really want to share.
Of course. Now, I assume you must know my background, of course. You've probably seen my channel, read my reports from out here in the loss.
Oh, yes.
And of course, I'd be more than willing to sign an NDA for this work. But perhaps we could come up with some kind of story, a cover, perhaps?
So, well, I'm going to leave that particular one up to you in order to take this. But right now, we're going to basically negotiate on a price for this particular one because I'll be honest, I don't really come out here this often. I try not to because you see him look down at his shoe for a second and almost like wipes it on the floor. Don't really like that's like putting my feet into it, as it were. Too messy. But I've been forced to. So I've been asked to go through your own negotiations to basically see about what we're able to offer you.
Well, I heard you could bring us back to life.
That's one.
Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna have to
Good
warn you.
starting
That's a baseline of what we're going to do in this particular situation. That's what I'm able to do in this situation as well. But obviously, that's not going to be particularly enough, and that's like for some of you because, well, from what I heard, you just take. So,
Well,
So
we
I
traditionally
want-
start off with a price, then, my friend. Do you have a name?
you can call me F.
Well, F, you must understand that we have to begin negotiations with a price, right?
So, and that's in. And I will let you know that my base price is, again, that's like reintegration into the system. That's like a safe place to go within free parking that is separated from the masses for all of you. And that's a done deal. So that's where he's going to start off with. And go ahead. You can roll your leadership.
Okay. I think I only have a 1 in leadership.
Okay.
Yep. Not the world's most optimized, and I fail on that one.
Okay, so let's see.
Is it worth flipping?
I don't think the leadership is worth flipping, is it, really? 'Cause, most
It
just lets me
determines how many rounds we're negotiating for.
Yeah, that's true. So, and Dan, you said?
I was going to say at the end, maybe not this one. We don't know what how many rounds it's going to be. So it could be fine. It could be not so fine.
If he succeeds, as in flips, he knows how many rounds.
Right, exactly. But it depends on how many will you have.
I have 2 will, and I think I'd rather save it for, messing up the negotiations, right? Because
because the last leadership check is the one that gets you up a level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hive still respects you as a leader, just in case you need a little boost.
That does mean a lot to me. I guess.
So, and what were your numbers on that? So,
On the die roll,
Yeah.
a 3 and a 9.
3 and a 9. Gotcha. Okay.
But you roll the rounds in secret now, don't you?
Yep.
Mhm.
So, we'll go ahead and do that. 1 second.
So we
Okay.
could have had 5 rounds of negotiation, but no.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I would
It'll
have
be
to
fine.
succeed to know, right?
okay. So, going forward, he looks through. It's like you're aligned. You actually see that he does have Ubix specs on that he seems to be tapping through, going along with this. So, this is. That's like I know this right now that that being able to take what you want or to be able to only be safe right now is only part of this. You are incredibly curious for your time. And while I'm not going to be able to offer anything of significant import, if you're wanting to be able to produce something for your masses to make your own star more comfortable, I could let you in on certain files within the lower tiers of the DHQS that would, well, hurt somebody else that I don't like, but help you significantly. So he is going to hit on your soft spot for exposing the truth.
He already knows my soft spot.
So, weirdly enough. So,
Okay.
oh, sorry.
Fair.
Oh, do
Fair.
sensitivity.
Oh, so that's his sensitivity.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, well,
so that's what's. I apologize. You're correct. That's what is going to take his round. So,
okay.
So basically,
I mean, and then do I get to resist and persuade? Is that right, or do I just have to sacrifice my round to resist that?
Oh, Dan, you're still muted.
Yep. He can't be pushing down if he's doing a sensitivity check, so you can push up.
Yeah, you can
And
push
then
up.
when he goes next round trying to use the spot,
Yeah,
then you can do the.
I just wasn't sure if resisting cost an action as well.
No, it's just during your other action.
Straight deception.
Okay. So I'll just roll deception then, I guess.
No.
No. Okay, I'll roll persuasion. Sorry, I'm not
okay.
clear if I can make a persuade and a deception, and it sounds like I can only make one or the other, right? Correct.
You can
When
do both.
he actually does use your spot, but he can't use the spot in the
I
first round
see,
because
it's
it takes him a
later. I
round
see.
to
I see.
learn
Yeah,
your
yeah.
rules.
Like I said, I'm trying to learn it right now, so I'm trying to get your reaction. So
No, I just remember these rules, but not in the right order.
That's okay.
That's fair.
I will roll persuasion, another 10.
All right. So,
Sorry, 10 over 2, basically.
all right, good. So, yep, he doesn't get that on there. So that'll be 4.
But that's me pushing up, I think, right?
Yep, that pushes up
Persuasion,
1.
yeah. And I say, well, I'm always happy to be useful. You know, whoever controls whoever gets their story out first always, sets a record, my friend.
Good. All right. So you are up. That's like from where they had there. So you're good to go. So sorry, we were starting at value for that. Let me get there. There we go. Okay. So all right. Does anybody want to run a scan?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's find out more about this Agent F with very, very clean clothes.
Good.
Scavenging. I go through any notes or whatnot that have been discarded from the captain's area, from the conductor's area.
Okay.
I find the suite that looks the cleanest and have quick looky if it's not locked.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I will say that he has that unlocked because he is incredibly nervous. So go ahead and roll your scavenge.
Okay, so scavenge. All right. And that is a 7 over 6.
7 over 6. Excellent. So as you're going through it, you actually you do see that what the conductor has dropped specifically has a bunch of other letters into this particular to him from F. So and something you see that is this is actually somebody that he is communicating with on a regular basis, and it appears that Trabajo has been sending back satellite data, or basically Ubik data for their positions and enclave resources. So they're getting a lot. So this Trabajo is mainly F's lifeline into the into the loss at the moment. And it seems like he was being very nervous about the information he was getting. So that his butt's on the line because of this.
Okay, so that is which spot though?
So that would be a weak spot for him. He does not like to be in trouble. He is he is very much he
does not want to get yelled at by the higher ups, yeah?
Exactly. So I'm going to name that as living in a colon. So
living in a colon?
So
well, that's kind of crappy, but okay.
Yep. So
feed BuzzFeed the crappy spot.
All right. So you do have that. Now let this. So all right, BuzzFeed. So hurry. What do you want to do? Are you wanting to push or are you wanting to gain?
I want to push and say that we'll be when we take a job. All the thing is that we're all on the line here. My crew, our employer. It's a bond, and these you're as much at risk. I just need, I want you to understand that I understand that you're taking as much risk as we are coming here and working with us, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Very good. So taking that into effect, good. Go ahead.
That is an 8/5 on the dice. So
Nice.
I pass my persuasion, and I go, that's 2 spots, right, for the playing of the thing in the.
But now he can use the spot against you.
That is true. So, all right, yeah. So you do see him sweating this out a little bit because he kind of looks at you, and as that's like pushes back up into it, he sits back down, sighs, takes out what looks like to be a herbal cigarette of all things. So, and looks at. Look, I know that the life here isn't great. And I'm not going to be able to promise you anything spectacular or with your friends because, let's face it, you're a monster. But this is the way that it's going to have to be. So, and if if you do this, this is where we will basically set you up in a way where you will have more knowledge and more resources than you have ever had before. What do you people call it? A Joel's?
Yes, that's the nomenclature, yes.
And with that, when he says Joel's, that's what he's trying to hit you with to be able to put with that massive comfort. So he is going to attempt to use that spot to push back down.
So which of the spots was it?
So that was the
exposing the truth. Too curious. Yeah, one of those two. Yeah, they're very overlapping. To be honest,
he smokes curious. So
yeah,
so he's trying to push on down again.
Okay, and I say, it's a living, but don't mistake it for a calling.
Okay. So all right. So what are you defending with?
I'm defending with deception because it is
Deception?
a calling.
Yep. Okay.
It's totally a calling. It's just trying to play the cynical person that he pretends to be. And that is a ties go to the market.
Okay. So,
can I flip that?
Yes, you can if you want to use your will. Well, it was a tie, right?
Yeah. So what?
Oh, sorry. No, it was a tie. I'm sorry. I thought it was a natural. My apologies. Go ahead.
So I can't flip a tie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. I'll flip a tie.
All right. Excellent. All right. So he kind of just taken aback a little bit. All right. I'll take you as a little more devious than I thought you were. So, but this is going to be very a big necessity that you are trust. That's like that. If I'm going to trust this with you, I need assurances that you are going to remain completely anonymous about this. That my title and everything else will never come up in your particular reports or that of your friends, because if you decide to embarrass us with other actions, this little happily ever after is not going to really function. So
but is this time for somebody else's scam?
I was about to say, if somebody else wants to run another scam.
Iris, do you have an idea? Or?
Okay. Let me see. Can we manipulate the price here? We don't have any competition to mess with.
No, you're solo on this, as far as you know.
Where are we, by the way? Where's the negotiation thing stand?
We just finished round 2.
So,
no.
Yeah.
Are we at hazard pay?
On the sway tracker,
and he's at 100%, or is it different?
You're currently at the hazard pay version of this too. So
okay, and he's at 100% markup.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have at least one more round more based on what's going on.
Okay, I could find out another of the guy's spots. Would that probably be the most useful if we have another push to make?
Absolutely. So what would you like to do?
All right, I'm going to try and, my networking mojo seems to have taken a little moment to wake up, but I'm going to see if I can ingratiate myself with maybe if he was flown here, maybe he has ground staff, a helicopter pilot who's like waiting around having a smoke, or someone who would have spent time with this fella before,
to see if you can do that. So, all right. I will say if you want to do a networking roll to see if you can find these people and talk to them.
Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, that's 12 over 6.
12 over 6, absolutely. Yeah, you actually, weirdly enough, there is no particular helicopter that's come blazing into it. You look around the encampment and you see that there is a pretty, that's like heavily tricked out military vehicle, Humvee, that has a couple of other DHQS soldiers on top of it, just kind of sitting around taking smokes and looking around really bored and disgusted at this. But that's like that as you come up right now, come up, how are you approaching them? What are you doing to get their attention?
Let me see. I'm going to maybe just be walking with my my two my dependents who are other like baggy sort of middle-aged men. And I'm going to break off from them, but we're going to have the attitude of people who are also bored, sort of trying to take advantage of the solidarity between all working people who are on a break right now.
Okay.
Maybe offer someone a light just before they get in there, and try and speak my mind and admire their wonderful vehicle. See if I can get talking to them.
Okay, they look at it and they say, "We already got these. Sorry, but it's not really doing us good. The boss gave us these crap herbal cigarettes that flex away. No one really wants them anyway."
Yeah, what's the point if it doesn't feel like it hurts going in? Am I right? You got to get that burning sensation.
You don't by chance don't have any? That's like the real stuff on there, do you?
What are my chances?
So,
we literally have a drug dealer in the enclave, so maybe.
So I will say, yeah, if you want to, you can make a luck check to see if you've gotten anything off of them right now.
Okay, just odd or even?
Odd or even, yeah.
I mean, his networking check could be talking to Tammy to get some weed for the soldiers.
If you want to, you can go ahead and do that. I have no problem with that. So, yeah, you can. I'll say you succeeded on that. You've been able to talk to them, and you said like, oh yeah, well, we're not really supposed to talk about it, and you're supposed to give me a payment, but here's some of the good stuff. And of course, they look at me going like, trying to stuff it in there as soon as possible because
just lift off the yellow construction helmet and under it, little baggy. You guys work hard out there. Need to relax.
Oh God, you are way less uptight than we were made to believe. So
hey, that's how it is out here. We live fast, and it's this is when there's no security. You got to enjoy yourself whenever you can.
Yeah. So just I appreciate what you've told us right now because the boss is a health nut. He is almost the picture of a hypochondriac, and he thinks everything is going to infect him with blight.
Oh, I bet you guys had a nightmare getting him here, right? Like trapped in that vehicle with a guy like that.
Oh God, we almost had to saran wrap the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Awful.
Doesn't belong out here. What can I say? He doesn't know what it's like.
Yeah.
Although good luck on the return journey.
So yeah, well, like I said, if you ever meet anybody like that, here's my advice: pretend you're sneezing around him. He'll disappear in half a second. So
good to know. Great to meet you.
So you now have his other weak spot on there, which specifically he is a hypochondriac. He is thinking that the blight is going to infect him at any given point. If you can convince him that he needs to make a deal or get the hell out before he dies of the blight, you could probably scare him. So, all right. So BuzzFeed.
Well, we're all professionals here, Mr. F, and when we give our word, we mean it, and when we shake on something.
All right, so definitely going to go ahead and prove that. So, is that an intimidation, or what are you going to use to?
I think it's just a persuasion.
Persuasion with that.
I'm playing the thing, the spot as well, basically, because I don't have anything in intimidation.
He's making him too uncomfortable to negotiate successfully.
Exactly. Yeah, so go ahead and make that roll.
Yeah, or maybe I just like lean close in over the desk, right? And
so no defense on that. So go for it.
That is 4 on the black and 1 on the red.
Yeah, he recoils immediately. It's lucky that the chair is bolted into the floor, or else he would just be on the floor at this point. No. We don't need this. I will trust you to your words. I will trust you to your word. But this needs. That's like, but if I give you everything that you particularly need in this situation, this means that you take care of that you take care of it. You gain what I'm asking for, and my name never comes up with it once you come back across the Mississippi. Is that clear?
Perfectly clear, friend. Your name never comes out once I cross the Mississippi.
So that did move it up on there too. So good luck. You guys are 100%. So now for that. So for another push, we need a leadership check. Welcome to the end. So
okay.
Aw, Tyler didn't get to scare anyone with loud.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jack.
That is a 9 on the black and a 7.
I like.
So,
all right.
100% markup.
You
Wait,
are
actually,
at a. Yep.
I mean, to be honest, he came in with like the best starting offer I've ever seen from anyone. Here, it's a full life away from the loss.
Yeah.
It's like retirement money, baby.
So what?
But if he's lying about that, we still need to get paid.
Yeah. Well, actually, at this time, he asked for everybody else to come in, so to bring your crew in. So, High Viz, Jack, and Blackbird, you are all shuffled into the conductor's quarters.
It's kind of tight fit with all the gear.
Yeah,
I've got a drone. I mean,
if you
I'm
decide
not
to bring
leaving
it in
it
there,
in the
you can
hallway.
plug it in if necessary.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna steal it from the conductor's office.
Oh, it's fine.
But as he goes, that's like as you get in there, and you're squished under the seats. He actually goes to the door and he produces a weird looking bolt and like I said, a side bolt and shackle from it. Since again, this is the conductor seat for there is made of metal. He puts it in there, and you realize it's a maglock. It has bolted the door shut, so it cannot be pushed in or opened. We don't want to be disturbed in this particular situation. So, because what we're saying, I have to say to you right now, is of the utmost concern to any of the other stewards going around the DHQS. So, he produces a laptop that has a projector on it. So, and puts out what looks like weather maps, topographical maps, as well as different areas go over the last month, showing what would be the migration patterns that everybody's been talking about on Ubik. We initially thought this just might be something new, so it's like just the blight acting in a new way, but we realized that everything that we saw here was too clean. It was too. It was too symmetrical, and even in the weirdness of the blight, it does not move in straight lines. So, when we were able to get some footage from our other drones before they were inevitably shot down, we ended up getting pictures of this. You actually get a very clear picture overhead of from the DHQS drones of what looks like a caravan of about 5 vehicles, all brightly painted. They just just garish colors and flowers and everything, rolling down. And at the lead of it, of all weird things right now, it appears to be a brightly colored Studebaker. So, which is weird. Anybody else who either you can make research checks or let's see, networking. So just for having that information to figure out to be the information on this now that you can see it clearly.
I mean, I don't even need a basic mechanics. If it's a Studebaker, it's got no chips. If it's got no chips, EMP can't affect it.
True,
so they
but
can't
this is also
stop it from above.
Yeah, this is also information that you can figure out about now that you can actually see it clearly.
Actually, let's rewind that statement. Why don't they stop it from above with some drone bombs? We know they've got them.
Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they want to know what its deal is before blowing it up.
Maybe they wanted to capture it intact.
Yep. Yeah, actually, what are we being asked to do is the big question here.
Well, we don't know yet, right?
Yeah.
It
So
would
I was
be
just,
time to tell us.
yeah. So it is. I was just having you guys roll to see if you recognize basically this caravan by its coloring marker.
Yeah, well, I've been traveling. Can I roll networking? See
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
what
I just
has
don't want to
been
roll
traveled.
because I've just spent 5 rounds rolling.
It's fine. So
That is 6
I'll
over
roll
5.
as well then.
6 over 5. Hi, Viz. You actually are looking at something that is kind of a myth, and you didn't actually think existed because it was just kind of set up as a joke for the last couple of years. But there's only one supposed taker group that had these vehicles in particular colors. This is a taker group from the West Coast known as the Electric Mayhem.
BuzzFeed, it's the Electric Mayhem. I knew they were real.
I like the second album.
So, and in particular, the reason that they were not thought of as well, or at least they're a myth, is because they are kind of in the same vein as the crew of the Kavanaugh, the Ailstorm, where they were thought of as massive hedonists who had just given up on everything else and were busting out into the wild to have as big of a party as they could before everything was done, and that they had died because unlike the Kavanaugh, which is basically on a giant warship that is on the road, they were just supposedly a hippie commune.
I met a guy who says they can't be killed because they're the spirit of partying and the loss.
Yeah.
And there they are, big as life.
I think you've been hanging around Jack too long.
So,
no romance in your soul, BuzzFeed.
But they actually said. But as they go down, so approximately 3 months ago, there was another DHQ operation that came. That was attempting to create a placehold within the West Coast. That the West Coast, or in the Rocky Mountains, excuse me, specifically within the the ruins of the Air Force Academy. It was during that we ended up having an encounter with a moth operative, that went by the name of Control. We did not know that she was there, and apparently was testing out some specific equipment that we have come to realize can actually kite casualties. So, you bring up...
That's rather interesting.
You bring a... presses the laptop again, and it brings up a picture of what looks like a bog standard Dronky that somehow has an odd speaker system attached to it. That was captured from a drone offsite. We didn't know that she was there, and she we tried to capture her and this device, but she seemingly escaped through in the chaos that ensued. Other taker groups were there. Our own forces were dealing with other mass casualties that we couldn't get through. It was a complete clusterfuck. But we honestly thought this would be a bigger issue because she would be going back to U-Big City, but either she decided she never made it, or she has decided to defect, because as we were going, getting this footage around the Electric Mayhem's convoy, we have found that the patterns in which the casualties are around are exactly what we viewed over at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs.
So you think that Control is now with the Electric Mayhem?
That is the possibility that we are looking into. And more importantly, if they have found a way to be able to parse off casualties in this manner, we cannot risk any type of any type of damage to that particular device or to Control herself, because we need this to be able to retake the rest of the United States.
So it's saving the world time.
So this is not... this is making sure that we're not in a bigger shit show than we already are.
Oh, I mean, controlling the casualties, right? That's the start to everything.
Technology like that is every taker's dream. This is amazing. It's too good to be true.
Oh, well, now, Hivers, of course, it's Clearly, I think that Mr. F believes this to be government property, right? National security?
Well, this is also another reason why we're going to keep this quiet. If anybody else, everyone else found out that that this technology exists and could replicate it in any way, shape, or form, then then we lose control. Everybody becomes their own fiefdoms, and everybody can either send out waves of casualties as missiles towards each other.
I mean, missiles are plenty effective. You don't need the casualties.
Missiles
It
are
seems
very
like a
expensive,
high-risk
though.
tool.
But the DHQS have the missiles, and everybody has casualties. So
Yeah, they're free.
But at this point, we want us in any case, I'm also not the policy decider too. I'm just the one that they've decided to hand this down to. That's as goes.
Well, anything that can push forward Reclamation Day.
So here's
any day.
So here's at least the situation as is. We have the frequency that they have been using to be able they've been using to communicate with each other. For the most part, it's scattered, but we can, because of what we found, but it's at least enough to get a location. And he brings up another topographical map, and you see that there is a location going near into Utah, probably about 50 or so miles outside of Salt Lake City, that onto the plains, that seems to be completely shadowed. I was like, this is where it's coming through, but we cannot get any kind of overview. They're using some other means of dust particulate, as far as we can tell, to be able to block our cameras from it. We don't know if they're just using the casualties to kick things up, or they're doing something generators. But there is an area of about a mile or so that we can't get any view on.
Rather sophisticated bunch of raiders, aren't they?
Well, we don't know. That's what's there, but in any case, we need all of this. Get this for us?
Just to clarify our job, Mr. F, is we're to retrieve control and this technology. But return them to you?
You're to retrieve, control, or destroy her, as well as this. If you cannot actively extract her or the device from the site, as well as any information that the Electric Mayhem may have kept, then you are to make sure that this does not, that they have gone, this is completely gone. That being said, since you were so persuasive, he throws over a tablet that he has on hand. That's with Ubic links. I have gear that you can take out with you to make sure that the job is done.
So it's nice to work for the government, isn't it?
You take who's taking a look at that list?
Oh yes.
Yeah, let's crowd around.
Mm-hmm. Waste not, want not. What can we use this for? What can we bolt together and unbolt and rebolt?
Well, this is interesting in the fact because what your negotiations actually helped you for wasn't just your nice little comfortable life. You're actually getting DHQS help from it. And
so instead of bargaining for bounty, we were bargaining for extra resources for the mission.
Mm-hmm. So as you're surprised, since this is your particular Joel, so you will, if you can succeed on their level, they will give you a nice, comfortable life, like they promised. But at the same time, you are getting some of a couple additional things. One of those is, that military Humvee is now yours for the duration of this. Congratulations.
Boop, boop. Fancy motor cars.
Oh, I'm so playing the wrong character for this with the drone blocking.
So you have that. You have access to one additional DHQS drone with a missile on there. It's with a short
hard.
It's military hardware. So
no, hardened. Is it tougher to shoot down?
Yes, it is. It is military hardened. So sorry.
Does it have the boob feature?
It does.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm. So
Did we ascertain at the start of this that none of us have drive?
No, Jack does.
That old Jack does.
Okay. Great.
And we got drones, so far so good.
All right. You have drones right now, Jack. So That's like you have about 2 hull worth of C4 to play around with now.
Well, that's going in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but not in the back of the car to go.
Where else will we put it?
Well, I mean the detonator somewhere else in the car, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on me.
Yep.
Fair.
And also for at least 2 of you, depending on who decides to go out, those are full basilisk suits.
Okay.
Basilisk.
Always wanted to be RoboCop.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
All right. So at least it's understood. If you can, again, get this done quietly and covertly enough and take this out, this is your chance to be able to, again, serve your country, retire comfortably right now, and at least you're convincing you, given the chance to be able to, it's like, damage this enough.
Well, you make a very persuasive argument, Mr. F. And, best men for the job. As Jack probably giggles to himself holding C4, right?
Now, there is a considerably wide grin now.
How many legs are we looking at?
3.
3. Well, with the Humvee, it'll be no time. My man here is an excellent driver, and he provided us with lots of lovely toys.
Okay. All right. So he says he takes the lock off at this point, and one last thing. He throws out a code specifically through anybody who's using Ubix. That if you need to call in, once the job is done, they have a drop-off point where you can deliver control and the drunkie as well. But after this, he says this is the extent that you get from us. So if you go out there and die, these are expendable. These are all expendable resources for us.
Well, of course, you're the government. You made these. You can make more.
That would be said. So,
and how many helicopter gunships and Hellfires did you say would be backing us? None. Okay.
In your dreams, my friend. In your dreams.
Does this basilisk body armor then mean a helmet as well?
Nope, not on that.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
Already taken care of in my case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, should we, as we get ready, should we decide who wears the basilisk armor?
I suggest it goes to High Whiz and BuzzFeed.
Who's going to be? Is there a weapon mounted on the Humvee?
No, there actually is not. So this is just that's like a regular Humvee right now, and the other soldiers were basically just carrying that's like sidearms that they could go up and stick through the ports if necessary. So they're trying to be a little more incognito.
I'm useless with a gun, I'm afraid. Just useless. Never got the trick of them. I hear it's point, and I always forget the second part. But I would really, really appreciate the armor, guys. This chainmail see me well, but it's so much shinier.
Let me point out that you have chainmail, and I have this lovely shirt that is falling apart.
Well, you can have my chainmail.
Let's think about that for a little.
I don't really care who gets the armor because I ain't getting it. Because if I go up, I go up.
Yeah,
no armor to protect me.
Sometimes the main thing armor gives you is undeserved confidence.
This is also true.
Well, no, you made a compelling argument, Blackbird. I mean, how often does a drone operator get shot, though?
That's fair. But fair.
Whereas I will need to get up close for the action.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he punches people with his hands.
I'm always willing to lend a hand.
That's fair.
Listen,
right.
I don't want to pretend that I'm like Bruce Lee or anything. I just I'd like to be useful, and if I'm going to lend a hand, that's all I'm going to be lending. Yes,
that's fine. I'll just stay near the explosives where it's safe.
Also, if his hands are gloved and armored, he won't be infecting the people he's punching.
That's fair.
All right.
At first.
Okay. So, so basically you have all your equipment right now. You've been released from there. As you go out, the conductor is still looking incredibly nervous. So, as he sees...
Mad old Jack gives him a big thumbs up.
And you see him roll his eyes right now, like, fucking McGucket. And
I have so much C4 now.
And I squeeze past carrying 2 drones somehow.
One's
the other
bigger. One, well, the other one is actually loaded in the Humvee, so you're
good.
That's
Good,
good.
So, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And basically, that's just on site for you to use.
Does it have all the upgrades?
So yes, it is a loaded out, kitted out one. So they've allowed you to go ahead and take this into consideration. So
one to sacrifice, one for baby. What?
Is the armor upgraded also?
The armor right now for this, it basically isn't. Yeah, it is a hardened drone.
He's asking, is it upgraded per the upgrades?
The basilisk suits.
Oh, the basilisk suits right now. Yes, so those are full upgrades. So.
Okay, as soon as I get into that, I will be annoying everyone on the lash mic.
You might want to disable the syringes checking for infection.
Good point, Blackbird. Good point.
That could be annoying, especially for BuzzFeed.
Yeah, I'll get in on that with my mechanics kit. I'm sure I can understand this complicated, sort of government issue nano wiring.
I'm sure it's fine.
Or at least just cut some wires.
Yeah, it'll be fine. So it's good there. So, all right. So before you head out right now, we're just gonna take a small break while I grab another drink. And we'll get on the road. Be right back.
And we may also want to disable that radio equipment. Weird.
We'll probably have some time for a little bit of prep because I still want to go to Tammy and buy some stuff.
Like maybe more throwable explosives?
We can trade her some, C4 because now we have plenty.
Mortar? I don't know. Do you know how to fire a mortar?
No.
Because being farther away from that many casualties sounds great.
I mean, that's why you're the drone operator, and Mad Old Jack Tire is Mad Old Jack Tire.
That's fair. All righty then.
But anyway, we probably should buy some stuff of our own. I mean, we have 2 full basilisk suits now, an upgraded drone. Combat drunkie, was it?
No. I thought he said it was just a drone.
A drone.
Combat drunkie. That'd be good too. No, I mean now we have 2 almost fully upgraded drones. Mine's just missing the bomb and the extra cargo.
The kamikaze. Yep.
We have a lot of explosives.
Yeah,
2 holes.
Now I've got a drone I can blow up.
I'm not sure how that translates into ordinary explosive because a C4 isn't even a hole. Like 5 charges of C4 is not a hole.
Mm-hmm.
2 holes is an inordinate amount of explosives. It sounds like.
Yes. All right. Now that you put it, it's like 2 briefcases full of C4, right? Like
pretty much.
So I mean, it's a way of getting through the casualties.
By the way, basilisk suit comes with lash mic and DHQ's issue, which is the syringes for infection.
With also the freezes you if it detects infection, which would be a problem.
Yes, I did think that when I saw that. Yeah.
All right.
But there is another reason why we might not want to give it to BuzzFeed, and that's if somebody shoots him and he dies, then he becomes an armored vector.
Actually, this will mean they have to shoot him in the head if they want to shoot him quickly.
Can't they shoot him in the legs? Or?
I mean, I suppose, but that,
Yes, if he bleeds out from the legs, we have a problem.
Well, yes and no, because how fast can you move on one leg?
True, you'll be half a vector at that point.
There's going to be,
more of a
still an armored vector. So
yeah, we're just looking at a half.
Pointed the right way, it's all fine.
Yeah, we're looking at a half-off situation again, which is not good. So, and Dan, sorry, yes. So this is, I will tell everybody else when we get to the end of it, but yeah, this is a direct continuation from there.
I figured that part. I cannot remember who I ran there. I think it was.
Let me
I think it was the doctor.
It was Dr. K. Dr. K?
Yeah.
Yep, I checked actually just to make sure because I knew you were in that particular game. So
yep. I almost switched when it's like, oh, we got a bunch of people with mechanics. Well, maybe I should run the other guy. Oh well.
Like I said, no. This is the interesting one too, because I was looking at everybody's characters and like, nope, this will work out well. I have no problems with this whatsoever.
We might have to drive a drone back. And we might have to fix a drone, right? Like that's the mission. So we're actually that's the way I'm thinking about it. As I go with my character who doesn't have a gun.
I mean, there are at least 3 of us that have mechanics, so it's all good.
But there is one thing that I forgot to have you everyone do before we get on, because once you're out of the meeting, it slowly begins to sink into you that if you can succeed on this, that as a part of a Joel's, you are even like I said for BuzzFeed, you are technically no longer considered dead. Your lives have now been given back to you, and you have some semblance of normalcy coming out that has not been there. You absolutely need to get. That's like to make a stress check on that. So.
Yes. Could all be taken away, right? I make my stress check.
Okay.
Yeah. Me too. Blue sky thinking. This is
7 under 9.
Something like that. All right. So yeah.
So how much?
So you're going to take 1 stress off of this. So if you fail, so just because this is a starting shock that you did not think you were coming in today. It's not completely out, but it's kind of hard.
Well, there's the other half of the Joel's equation, also the whole horrible death instead of wealth.
Mm-hmm. So, all right.
Jack Tire is unfazed.
Yep, we can do that. So, Jack Tire only has one thing to worry about, and that's a 10-year-old boy with leukemia. So,
yeah, poor that poor boy's Sal.
All right. So you are on. That's like on there. I assume you're taking. That's like you're driving through there. So burn a charge off of the. We'll burn charge off the Humvee. So
quick
don't worry
question.
About it. Yes.
Before we leave the Enclave, now that we have 2 hauls worth of C4, could we trade some of that in for some, better gear?
Well, it depends on what are you wanting to get. So.
Well, first of all, I want to buy a padded case for my live munitions so that they don't blow up in the car when we go for the bumpy ride. And we should probably get a med kit so that we can use to, heal ourselves with in case we get shot a lot.
Okay.
Well, also maybe some mechanics kits if no one else has one, because I don't.
I got one.
Okay.
Also, I understand, just to be boring, that C4 is a stable explosive and only goes off if you run an electric current through it.
Well that was why.
This is true, but mad old Tire Jack has gone to the highway and picked up some cluster munitions. From the crash when the United States was cluster bombing everything just to, get rid of casualties approaching big cities and such.
This guy's got to pay for himself later, right?
Just outside of it, yeah.
It's all part of BuzzFeed's plan. Just hire a crack team.
Yes.
It's
that
fine.
being said, Jack, do you can you give me a foresight roll?
Sure, I can. I have 1 in foresight,
Okay.
like I have 1 in most of everything else. It's fine. Not 10 over 6.
10 over 6. You can you make a realization that if you are being given this much C4, that it's like it. You may not be just for being able to trade or do anything else with. There might be something really big at the end of this road that's like would require something to be need a lot of material to destroy. So you can absolutely take this and go ahead and try to negotiate to sell this off for other items because it will go easily. I'm not even going to say it's that big of a problem. But at the same time, if you give it up, though, that's going to be a stress because you are parting with stable equipment, as High-Vis has so rightfully said. So this is something that you can control versus, hey, let's try our gas grenade and see what happens. So, but that's completely up to you.
Well, it's more the med kit, really. Blackbird, you don't need 2 drones, do you?
Well, I can...
I think I won't have 2 drones soon after launching the first one. That's all I'm saying. One of them is intended to blow up.
Well, let's keep the gear, and I will just, I'll borrow a med kit from someone, and I'll pay them back.
There we go.
We've got 3 legs. We've got, There's always some. What's life in the Lost Tortoise other than we can always find a way to make some bounty?
This is true.
Okay, so you just want to negotiate to see if you can get
And
something.
hell, if we retire, none of us are going to need any of this gear
If we
anymore.
find anything likely, I'm sure I can scavenge up whatever we need.
Yeah. So,
Yep,
I would,
we can-
so can I
Think
go
you
in
might
depth to someone?
scavenge up a padded case or something? Because if we go on a car ride...
You know what? Let me have a look around. Can I make a scavenge check around Trabajo?
Yes, so I will actually let both of you do that for the mechanics and that. So, Blackbird, go ahead and make that scavenge for the mechanics kit that you would like. BuzzFeed.
Oh,
you can go
no.
ahead-
I would be much more interested in getting him a padded case.
A padded case. Okay, so yeah, you can do that.
That seems
BuzzFeed.
important.
Yeah, BuzzFeed. If you want to do your negotiate, if you would like to
I would use an
negotiate
Ubik charge as
for
well.
the
Networking?
yeah
If it
networking
helps,
for
It helps I have some carpet
Blackbird,
armor. I don't
do
need
not
any more
crit
if you wanna do
fail.
that.
okay.
So I owe 2 bounty to someone, basically.
And didn't need it, but that's fine. So it's 12 over 9.
12 over 9. Okay. Yep. You managed to go ahead and find that's like a fairly nice gun ammo case. So it takes it takes a little bit of duct taping because some of the edges are on there, and you have to at least make sure that it's
Yeah, but
not.
I have that because
Yeah,
of course.
But otherwise,
and there is a scene where Jack gingerly transfers, an exploded, kind of like what's it called? Contact munitions, like supposed to explode on when people
Contact.
bump into them.
contact.
Yep.
I'll let you do that part while I'm over there. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, but you have your med kit. BuzzFeed, who is the person that you've the reference that you've tapped to get this? So who are you getting? Who you owe for this med kit?
I owe one of the luchadors.
The luchadors. So all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, they hardly.
Maybe just the crew, the luchadors, and go like, from one taker to, can I just borrow your medkit? You're not going out on a job, we are,
Yeah.
And then when they see that I'm late, well, they're all latents as well. Latents are latent.
Yep. So it's like, yes, we'll help you, Mr. Owen. We do not want you to go into that dark night and then hurt anybody else too. So we will take that burden off of you. And they throw the med kit towards you, which is packaged up and which has basically been heat sealed in cellophane. So yep, you're
Two of
good.
them do a flip. One of them raffles the other one.
Absolutely. So make it back from. Well, you're the first one to go on a job in months. So that's like, if you can make it back, we have a mask for you, my friend. So, all right. But unless anybody else had somebody had something else they do, we can hit the road.
Just the flying drone, not like a combat jockey.
No. Yeah, it's a flying drone. So yeah, sorry.
Maybe with recoilless rifle would be swell. But okay, we'll move on.
Sorry. I know what you're trying to go for.
Oh
so,
yes, that's fine.
I mean, we have to increase the pathos, right? So we're saying goodbye to our dependents.
So if you would like to, yes, thank you for this one. So I don't do vignettes on this one. So since you're starting off with it, but if anybody would like to go ahead and just act that out particularly, so you can.
Be my guest, guys. Liz and Thomas are my production team, and they're eager to get back and get back to work.
I mean, we're an hour and a half in, so I'm also okay with skipping that.
Oh, well, okay.
But, you go ahead. I don't need one. It's good.
I'll just reveal the thing I'd thought to reveal at the end if we survive, but I don't think we might not survive this, guys. So I'll just have mad old Jack Tyre wander into his home in the Trabajo enclave and go like, Sal Peter. Oh, there you are. You're a good boy. Daddy's going to get some chemo for you. Good boy, Sal Peter. Sal is actually a dog. 10-year-old dog with leukemia.
Nice. Still
Jack?
totally worth it.
Jack, take a will.
Yes!
That was worth it. Good job. I'm glad I could give you that one. So
Nice review.
All right. So I appreciate that all the better. All right. Moving right along. Hi. So we have. So who is driving?
Jack.
That's Jack.
Jack,
Should I
all
roll?
right. You don't have to roll anything just so far yet. But you are on the road, and actually, yeah, you will be in the. So who's in the front seat with Jack?
I mean, I could be, or
Not BuzzFeed.
yeah,
Not
weird,
BuzzFeed.
but yeah.
Really
Okay,
good at spotting stuff.
Yep. So actually, yeah. In this case, never mind. So high vis. Yeah. So go ahead. High vis, Jack. Go ahead and make awareness checks. So Blackbird, you're so enamored with the new toy that you have. So
Well, I would think that it's actually up into the air, so you could get a sky view.
okay. If you would,
Burn a card, then?
if you want to, but you have to burn charges off it, so you might want to keep.
That's 4/2 on the awareness. I'm wedged into the seat and like clipped into my beautiful matte black tactical armor.
Just
And
kind
I'm
of
able
going.
able to look up from like just clipping all the little clips and tightening all the little mini tightenings that you can do to maybe look out the windscreen once in a while.
All right. So all right, Jennifer.
So
Five.
another
Jack.
you failed also. Okay,
Jack is keeping his eyes on the road.
Okay.
Got to keep your eyes on the road when you're on the road.
All right, Blackbird.
Yep. Whoops.
Which is to say that he failed his roll.
Oh, I can't get the damn thing to start.
Is it it's parser failing
It's a 4 under 6.
4 under 6? Okay. So yeah, you are driving along, and it almost comes out of you of nowhere, Jack. You can't. That's like you're actually. You can't believe you see that. There's somebody lying in the road, with a pool of blood underneath them, and there seems to be a dog that is standing next to them. So you need to make a drive check to make sure that you don't hit them.
Didn't High was spotted?
Patsy make it so Patsy's high
yeah,
vis is like whoa.
Patsy.
Yeah, I got 4/2.
Okay, 4/2. Okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was 4/7. So, all right, so you actually are able to stop in time. You see that, but yeah, in the middle of the road, there's somebody who appears to be injured. Looks like they're on the ground, and yeah, there's a lot of blood. The dog is there. It is in full tactical gear, so it actually has a vest on it, and it is sitting there growling at you. So.
I feel like after 5 years in the loss, even the stupidest of us is not going to fall for the old person lying hurt in the road trick.
Okay.
Says Iviz because he has no inner monologue.
But someone's hurt. There's a dog. We can deal with a dog.
What kind of injuries does the hurt guy have?
It appears that as far as you can't see anything externally, he's lying face down. But it looks like that the pool of blood is coming at least from somewhere, either in his chest or his abdomen.
So we don't know whether he's been bit, savaged by dogs, or shot, or something else.
Well, I'm very curious about this. So,
okay.
Too curious, one might say.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
but at the top, the dog is absolutely still growling at you. Its eyes are locked on the vehicle.
What if he's got the gun right?
Yeah, I'll cover you.
Y'all know what scares away dogs? Fireworks.
Hey, do you have animal handler by any chance?
Man. But I know what scares away dogs. Okay. What terrifies dogs? What's the dog's worst nightmare, you might say? And Mad Old Jack Type draws out a big, like a screamer and a hooter and a whizzer from his packs.
Why did you have those?
I'm a pyrotechnician. Hi, Wiz. This was my job before the crash. That and picking up ordnance and stuff.
Well, I'm a collector too. I respect the hustle.
All right. So you're trying to scare off the dog with a fireworks display?
Yep.
Okay.
Do I still get my will?
Yep.
If you do this while we're arguing, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I want my will.
Yeah, you can go ahead and take your will for that. So that's fine.
I am already out the door while they're still talking.
Fair.
All right. So Jack is trying to do there. What are you trying to do, BuzzFeed? Are you trying to go to help this guy or to?
I'm like walking, like there's a good boy, and I'm just sort of like walking along in a circle around to like see the thing, and I'm like, "You all right there, sir?" Walking forwards a bit tentatively, like just trying to see what's happening.
Okay. The dog is tracking you around. It's not moving from the person, but it absolutely is locking eyes with you and making sure that it can't go through there. You can go ahead. BuzzFeed, you can make an awareness check.
This guy's like, can I make a persuasion check on the dog?
I got a banger, I got a whizzer, I got your July 4th, actually.
I make my awareness check.
You can hear very shallow labor breathing. So this guy appears to be, as far as you know, appears to be alive. So.
Okay. He's alive. I think we need to help him, guys. And I'm gonna start walking toward the dog if that's what it takes to get my will point.
Okay. Go ahead. You can. Yeah, that's taking the little point there. You're good. So if you want to do it, a persuade, or let's see. Actually, before
Leadership,
that,
I suppose. Those seem like...
I will actually. Yeah, it's persuade or leadership. I'll allow. So before you roll that though, Jack.
A roarer, a hooter, and where's BuzzFeed gone?
Are you deciding to set this off? Yeah, are you deciding to set this off, or are you watching in what BuzzFeed is doing?
Do I have to set it
BuzzFeed
off?
says he's alive.
So we're going to scare away the doggo, then? Are we going to scare away that fine pupper?
I think BuzzFeed's doing something with the dog. I'm not sure quite what.
I want to see some fireworks.
Okay, so this is your decision. Are you using the fireworks or are you not?
Do I have to use the fireworks to give BuzzFeed his will? Because I will.
No, he's already getting it. He's basically gone ahead. So he's out there trying to approach the dog.
Do you want to see me? Do you immediately jump out and go, BuzzFeed, look out! And fire a fire rocket at me like you're Harry Potter? Or do you let me try and persuade this dog?
I mean, I think I don't want to fire fireworks while you're right by the dog. So I'll let you handle this, because clearly you have some idea how to handle dogs, because you went out there and actually engaged with it.
Yeah, and I tried to rip off Louis Theroux once and did a weird weekend show, like Dog Sitters of Detroit.
So out the windows, watch you punch the dog.
That is double ones a crit fail?
That is absolutely a crit fail. Unfortunately, you tried to get the dog to calm down. It does not. You make a wrong step and it lunges at you. So, unfortunately, it's going to get an attack off. Let's see if it makes it. Thankfully, it misses though. So it is.
I thought market forces didn't roll.
That's also true.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So, I apologize. So it's been a while for me again. So, all right, but it's going to go ahead and get a hit on you. So let's see.
Well, I suppose the normal attack would be I have to roll a dodge or an unarmed if I want to block it.
Or a block.
A block. Yeah. Dodge or a block. So.
Athletics.
I'm equally good in both, so I will do athletics. Which is a crit success.
All right, so
there you go.
Okay, so I am going to give you an option here. So you can. That's like you are going to be able to dodge around, but if you want to make one more leadership check because of this, you can grab onto the dog and try to. That's like be more forceful with it too, just to command it and see if you can calm it down that way. This is your one shot. If you fail this, you will be. That's like it will get a bite on you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to kill the dog or whatever, right? Like do things that will make attention and things I don't want to do. That is a 10 on the black and an 8 on the red.
Woohoo. All right, very good. So, what do you say to calm down the dog?
I think it's just like I grab it by the collar as it goes past, and I'm like holding it, and then I'm doing that thing where you like force it down, and I'm just like stroking his head, and I'm like, "There, boy, there. It's okay. It's okay. Fuck." It's okay.
And there's a little bit of hesitation on his point because he sees you and tries to snap back, but then realizes that the voice is not there and starts whimpering just a little bit. So, and as you're looking down here too, you also notice that this is again tactical gear. He has basic Kevlar armor on there. There is equipment that was holding rations, so on one of the pockets, and a knife in the. And actually a silenced pistol on the side as well, so that it was carrying. But he's calmed down, so you can get to this guy if you want to try to save him.
Well, I think I'll hold on to the dog, and if the rest of the guys want to pile out,
with some disappointment, put away the fireworks and retrieve the shrink-wrapped med kit from BuzzFeed very gingerly, and then hurry on over to the guy bleeding out in the street.
Okay. All right. You roll him over. You actually see that it's like he is groaning. He is unconscious. But it looks like there was It looks like it was a high caliber bullet that struck him. So,
Stay in the car.
Yeah.
Yep.
And got lodged. So thankfully it didn't go out his back, but right now it's definitely causing enough damage right now. So if you want to at least stabilize him, anybody who's around him can make an awareness check.
I was going to roll foresight to check if we're in a killing ground of some sort.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead.
That is 9/3.
9/3. Okay. Yeah. Actually, you're looking around. It's actually a pretty empty field or along the side of the road. So you look around. You don't see anywhere he could have gotten around. So probably if somebody shot him, it was from either away and then they just got off, or waiting for him to die, or he got into a fight with somebody else and they took what they needed and left. So thankfully, there's no position where somebody can get a drop on you.
Okay, I say all of that to myself. I guess Blackbird, you're in the car, so you're also updated.
Oh, good. Okay.
Hand
Well, that'll go
over
back to
the
fiddling with the drone so it works next time.
hand over the drone, the big red drone boom button. Like, oh, good.
No, I'm being very careful not to hit that
Meanwhile,
button.
so what is it, the tweezers or the goals first? Definitely the tweezers. I fail.
Oh,
3 on
yeah.
the 6.
3 under 6. Okay.
Well, I mean, how many medkit did you burn?
Just 1.
Okay.
This one? Okay. Yeah, he is getting worse. So that bullet is really in a bad position here. So, but yeah, Jack, since you are right over him, you can go ahead and make a notice.
All right.
Could also tap
Reference.
what do you call it? Resource reference.
Could tap a reference,
Yep.
yeah, but I'll roll the awareness first.
Okay.
11 over 4.
11/4. Excellent. So you almost go by it because you're just trying to get the vest off and everything else that he's wearing to get through there. But you notice that there is he has a pair of U-books that were slid into one, and it's beeping. So do you put it on or do you try to access them? So this is stop loss. Are you conscious? Can you respond?
I'm with the victim. I've got shot by some kind of high caliber bullets. I got a med kit here. He's bleeding out. I can't quite get the tweezers in under where the bullet is lodged. So, do you think you could walk me through this?
Absolutely. So can you please look at the victim to get a confirmation on his ID?
Sure.
So, all right. You look down and yeah, it scans. All right, thank you very much. We need this is what we'll need to do. So you can now roll again, but you will get a +2 on that in addition to whatever you use on your men kit.
Guys, we got ourselves a rich one. He's got stop loss.
But
Don't they normally
That's,
come in
had
helicopters
stop
with kill
loss.
teams?
That's a 7 under 10.
yeah.
So
Although
Okay.
I can flip that, and I think I will, because that's 10 black.
all right, yep. So that way,
That's
yeah.
Good healing.
Yeah, with this, you were you're moving through. You managed to get the bullet out too. It's pretty nasty, but they pack with the gauze, and they say that it's like en route now, so they should be there within about an hour. So, are you going to stay with this guy to see if you get until he gets on stop loss, or are you just going to leave him until they arrive?
What's he got on him again?
His particular equipment, he has a Kevlar vest that unfortunately has been breached, so that was particularly that bullet right now. Looks like he does have about 50 bounty. Excuse me. Let's take that back. So that was 20 bounty on him. So
Still 20. Whoa.
yeah. So he has a lot. So this is kind of carrying, and it's kind of amazing that the person didn't actually get that. So, but he appears to have just. Other than that, rations, a couple other things, and look like a picture of a family. So,
I'm always in the favor of the underdog here, and he was clearly the underdog, what been being fired on by high caliber bullets. I say we just leave him be and let him
Or
have
we
all
could
of
just
his
hang out
stuff.
for an hour and wait till they get here.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
seems
let's
like
do
a-
that too,
Better.
obviously.
Can we make a foresight check to see what the consequences might be of waiting?
That's a very good point.
yes, so you can.
Who's good at
I'm
consequences?
the
'Cause I
driver. We don't really need to drive off immediately, don't we?
Yeah.
I
Hi,
suppose
Viz.
we could always
if you
go
want
into
that
the leg,
foresight roll.
couldn't we?
Yeah.
We could skip
All
the
right,
leg.
foresight
Oh.
roll is coming up.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll see.
I just I got 12 over 9.
Oh, you got 12 over there?
Oh,
Okay,
there you
cool.
go.
So, all right, so, yeah, sorry, my page is off that. All right, cool. Yeah, hi, Viz. Yeah, the only thing that you can see right now, like I said, because you're protected right now, you see nothing around you. You don't think anybody else, you'll be able to see anybody else coming, which is good. So, the only negative is that it is a time sink on your main mission, and if there is an odd casualty shift coming towards your way, then that would be the only problem that might come up.
All right, we're making good time in the car. You reckon we can fill this 1 hour, lads?
Yeah, you know what? And I would love to find out his story. Like find out his truth.
Seems like a good fella to have, in our debt, shall we say?
Yes, I'm really curious about what his story might be.
I mean, we won't really need to have him in our debt if we're going to get over the wall again, but...
It's the last push before Easy Street, am I right, lads?
Yeah.
We can spread the, but I am just wondering if I can maybe indulge and get another will for trying to interview
I was
him while
already
he's
trying to
listening.
angle for underdog, but
If you were
wasn't
trying to
getting any
angle
bites,
for
so-
underdog, I think
they-
that's him. Yeah,
Yes,
let's go for the
but if you
underdog.
get the will
Let's-
points, then something bad's happening.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Do either of you want to go through his, I don't know, Ubix to see what's on there?
Yeah, you know what? Let's have a look through his Ubix.
okay, so
I mean, Jack's wearing them,
I'll do it because reasons.
Mhm.
okay.
and you're wearing them.
So, old man looks through internet search history.
All right.
Oh dear
So,
God!
research.
All right. That's a 9 over 7. Succeeds.
So I guess what,
nice.
research.
Yep. 907. Actually, you just came across the. Actually, oh, go ahead, Matt. Jack, you can name this person. So, what is their name?
Let's see. It's Red Rover.
Red Rover. So, you actually found Red Rover, which is one of the one of the more currently prominent members of a taker group outside of the coming out of the watering hole, which is further down around in Arizona. So, in particular, that's actually one of the reasons that you actually think that he's probably covered a little bounty, because they are particularly known for making more ammo drops than any of the other enclaves. So he's probably coming back from an actual job, which is it's like probably the reason why he had so much bounty. And there's, for the communications, you can tell that he was worried that they were possibly going to get a drop, or possibly had somebody drop in on them, because that is such a lucrative job position out there. So you actually just saved one of their more prominent couriers.
And we're in a position where we're gonna maybe need a favor real soon now.
Possibly. So,
Yeah.
Near to the watering hole?
well, the watering hole is very far away. Just like I said, you have just crossed. It's like already crossing into Utah too, and they are in like the northern part of Arizona. So,
And,
But that doesn't mean that his crew is very far away.
Mhm. Well, let's stick him out. If he comes to at any point, I'd love to find out his story, or I would love to, at the very least, make him agree to give us 10 of those bounty that he's carrying, having just
Okay.
saved his life.
It's maybe
So-
not his money, though.
Well, it can come out of his end.
all right then. Okay, so you are staying with him until stop loss comes around.
Yeah, I think we are all in agreement of.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So in this case, it takes a couple hours. But just
I
kind of
thought you
waiting.
said only one.
A couple of hours, whatever.
Oh,
They
sorry,
said
fine.
one.
That's right.
but, you know,
Now you're right. So it is. You're right. That is an hour too. So it basically just takes an hour of your time. But yeah, you do hear the helicopter approaching. It is stop loss. They get down. Take a look. First thing they do ask though, because they asked everybody to step away initially, and Blackbird, High Viz, and Jack, you are all asked to take blood screens.
No.
I've got live munitions there. Do you really want to push this? I roll intimidate.
Don't intimidate the nice man.
Actually, it might be with that
They are
amount
all
of
armed,
You're
but,
well within the blast radius, gentlemen. I assure you.
So are you're threatening it with the C4?
Not the C4.
If they want to check if I'm immune so they can kidnap me, yes.
Okay, so like I said, go ahead. If you're doing that, go ahead and make an intimidation to see if they respond.
Yep.
10 over 4.
Okay.
Boys, my name's Mad Old Jack. I ain't got nothing to lose.
I point to the very large bundle in the back.
All right. So they learn. Okay, we don't have time for this too. So about that time, they pick up Red Rover, and about that time, he regains consciousness. The dog is over there licking his face. Who are you?
Mad Old Jack, and I ain't got nothing to lose.
Yes, that's Mad Old Jack, and he doesn't have anything to lose. But yes, we're the Merry Men. We patched you up. We kept an eye out for you. You've got a very good dog there. And we're happy to have been of service to you.
Okay. Oh, thank you kindly. I just got. I was on my way back, and that's like I only had one more round to go with a bunch of routes like restock 9mm, and I got I just got shanghaied on the side, so they got a good shot on me. Though luckily enough, it pats himself weakly. Oh, thank God they didn't get the bounty. Needed that payment. We can make something else. I mean, I'm sorry, but I can't really give you the bounty. But he forwards over. He actually weakly gets his Ubix and looks over at you, Blackbird, like taps. This is it's like, and you get contact information.
Okay.
I owe y'all. So once I'm back up on my feet, just contact us or down at the watering hole. Okay.
That's assuming that Jack gave him back his Ubix.
Well,
sorry.
So, all right. But yeah, that's all it is. They stop loss takes them off, and you're good to go. So,
yeah.
Yay! We were heroes for a moment. Now let's go do something stupid.
All right.
Stupider. Yes, it'll be fun.
And I filmed all of that. The heroic. I'm going to edit it together later to be like, here on the lost, like live on the line. Eyewitness.
The reason you recruited Mad Old Jack is because he makes for such a good character in your.
You are the in reality TV shows, the drama character. You're the drama character.
I'm happy to Vanna White that giant explosive he's gotten back, as needed.
I'm surprised people they didn't have to roll self-control checks when I threatened to blow us all up with live munitions.
I just assumed they'd go with it after they saw the size of the pile you got there to go.
Okay, well, that's not bad. All right, so
do we need self-control though?
So in this case, right now, yes, go ahead and roll that, just because that's like everybody else. You almost got shot down from stop loss. So,
Mad Old Jack included.
Yes. So, because in this case, you got. So just take a stress.
I failed.
10.
Mad Old Jack don't give a shit.
Stacking those up. So when Blackbird said, "It's fine," I believed him. He wasn't
just lying. So yeah. It's okay though. He'll take it as that.
Also, he can still blow us up. So
yeah, no,
that's fine. He's a coworker. It's all good.
As we drive off with Mad Old Jack going,
all right. So that goes. So mark up. You'll mark off another fuel is marked off the Humvee. So. All right. Everybody else. So everybody in here can go ahead and make another awareness check.
Well, let's give a drone a shot this time. See if we can get it off the ground.
Okay.
All right.
Yay! 10 over 2.
9 over 1.
Okay.
All right. So I've got the drone up, scouting ahead. Do I need to make a awareness check also, or are we good?
So you can go ahead. I will right now, since everybody else made theirs, and you'll come in here in a second. So since you've gotten off the ground this time, all right. But as you're driving along, you see in the distance what looks like to be what you think is a fire tower at first, but because of getting a little more information, since Blackbird has the drone up in the air right now, it appears to be a National Guard outpost. So. And a watchtower is actually a prefab that looks like it was set up probably sometime right before the crash. So, But so it's about 3 miles out from where you're at. So, but you can't see anything at the moment right now. Blackbird, if you want to make a drone, an awareness check with the drone to.
Yep. So I got the +3 on that. All right.
Yep, you can go by it, or if
So,
you do want to
+6.
bypass it, you can as well.
Oh, let's see what's there. That is a 15/6.
15/6, damn. So, yep, you get a good start around. As far as you could tell, there are no. It's like there are no people around here. It looks like it's been burned as of right now from a fight that was long ago. There are casualty corpses all around it, but it doesn't seem to be anything else. Anybody who's been here in quite a while. So
no active casualties.
As far as you can tell from this side.
Okay.
Might be something to scrounge up in there.
That is what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to, you could. I was like, let's see with this. So, yeah, if you want to, yeah, you can go ahead and. Are you going to stop here and take a look for anything?
We could drive on. It's just I don't matter much.
Can't hurt to have extra things. Might need them.
Yeah,
Listen,
so
this is our last run out in the Lost. I'd like to get as much footage as possible.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. So, is there anything in particular we need?
A silenced gun for high-vis.
Okay.
Or Jack Tire. Jack Tire can shoot.
Yeah.
Neither of you have a gun?
I have a loud gun.
So I have the only silenced gun. Okay, that's
Yes.
important to know.
Jack Tire carries explosives. The mad old is not a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'm looking for a pack of silencers and/or pistols.
Okay.
Just see if we can find what we can find.
Okay.
Should
Yeah.
we all be rolling, or just one of us? Or
I think it's usually one and done, isn't it?
Yeah.
So usually, no, you will usually do a one and done on the scavenge. Yeah, if you're looking
All
for
right.
something in
So
particular.
I'm also
for an
going to
item.
use the Ubix on that to get the +2, so it's a +5.
it's more a question of how many scavenge opportunities we have.
Yep.
Yep.
But anybody else with awareness could go ahead and check that and see if you want to find.
That's a
anything
15/3.
15
Awareness
over
or scavenging, because those are different.
3? Awareness for everyone else, so who is not scavenging.
So,
So
Blackbird's made his check.
okay, we'll go for it. So yep. So for that, you
I
said it's
crit
15 over 3.
fail.
Okay, well, hold on a second there. I got something for you too. Hi Viz, were you rolling your awareness?
I figured I'd be probably scavenging as well, so I'd share Blackbird's role. I'd
Okay,
probably not be watching.
Okay, so yeah, with both of you working together, luckily enough, you actually managed to find the corpses of 2 National Guardsmen that had retrofitted, that had silencers along with one of their sidearms, so you can take those off. They will need a bit of a mechanics check to see if you can actually get them cleaned up since they're in working order, but they should be good.
So 2 silenced guns is what we picked up here?
So yes, so 2 silenced guns, so just pistols, but yeah, they have no other additions on there. That's like they're pretty busted for the most part. So
I'm mechanics
fine.
2. Do you want to do the cleanup?
I got 3.
Yeah, go for it.
I will
Okay.
take them in the back of the Humvee and start
Yep.
start greasing and oiling. And
Are there dog tags or other bounty on them?
no, they are not. Unfortunately, this place looks like it's been picked pretty clean of any kind of bounty.
Fair.
So,
Okie dokie.
all right. But back to BuzzFeed and Magic. So, as you're wandering around because you're
BuzzFeed is
at the
just
base of it,
is shooting footage, Like,
yeah, just shooting footage too. You see that there is a. So you look over at Mad Jack because his is almost the most interesting thing you're looking at. Like here we have the old Coot of the Lost who is digging through metallic scraps.
Life in the Lost is hard.
Yeah,
Doing the David Attenborough narration for it all.
and
Yes, he's
you
only 40.
Yeah. But the. It's like, but as Jack is pulling up something, Jack, you actually kind of make an interesting discovery. So, it's like actually find you're digging up one of the sandbags and find that there's a mortar underneath it.
I crit failed.
You did.
All right.
On awareness, though, right?
Found.
This is how it works. Yeah. So as you're tripping on it too, you're looking at it going like, "Oh, this is amazing too," because it's just like it's like there is just the shells out of there, and you start pulling the tube forward before you realize this thing's still loaded, and that's like looking back here is going to go off on here. So BuzzFeed. You can make it up. You're seeing this about happening and seeing this is a bad idea. You can make an athletics check to see if you can get Jack away from that before something bad happens.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like recording, and then Jack goes, "Woohoo, a mortar!" And I turn around and I hit, "Oh shit!" as he stumbles. Like, okay, athletics. 8/1.
All right. So
and I burn a ration for that, right?
yes, you do. All right, so yeah,
we should have also burned a ration for the first. Oh, we don't do that because we are in car.
We're in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you're the car, but yeah, here's what you see. So yeah, Jack, you're looking in there and almost let's see, like, oh, free mortar, as you feel BuzzFeed just pull you to the ground. The mortar tube itself goes off to the side. It shoots out the unexploded shell, and about a second or two later, you just hear this deafening boom.
Right, time to go.
Burner attack!
Yeah, that about checks out. Can we
Yeah.
get off me? Buzz?
You're welcome. You're welcome. Shove off him.
But Jack, yeah, you need to absolutely take a stealth control check as well as Buzz for almost dying to an unexploded munition.
And getting in close contact with the latent, but it's fine because Mad Old Jack don't give a shit.
That too.
Also, Leighton's wearing armor.
Yeah.
And I was expecting something like this from Mad Old Jack. Like, I got an 8/3.
All right, yeah. If you fail, just take another stress. So
Looks like they both made it.
all right, good. So
Pretty much.
yeah, but you realize that was very loud, and actually, yeah. If Blackbird, if you want to make one more awareness check through the drone, you can. Otherwise, you can just leave.
Absolutely. So that's a 9/8 because I've got 3. It's got 3, and that's a 3. So 9/8, barely.
Yeah.
Yay, drone.
Yes. Yep. So you didn't think about it. You're looking there, but you see its movement sensor starts going off. So, and from that,
Is that like right after the explosion kind of thing?
it is. So yeah. It's probably about 3 or 4 minutes afterwards where everybody's getting into the car. But yeah, because of that did wake up something, and you're seeing 10. It's like a 10. It's like 10 casualties, 8 shambles away. So this is
Time to
I
go.
assume those 2 guns aren't ready yet.
Nope,
I passed my mechanics check, but I haven't had a minute to actually work on them. So
okay. Yeah. So, you'll be able to do that at least on the next leg too. But that'll be considered successful though. So that means that you will have you will have 2 pistols that will have the silence option right now, but no other upgrades. So
I very carefully passed one to Mad Jack.
yep.
And I guess the other to BuzzFeed, yeah?
Forever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything in shoot, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm taking the other one.
There you go.
Alrighty. But yeah, that means that's boomed off, and you're getting out of here. So
Keep in mind, this is a guy 5 years into the crash who's saying, "Oh, I haven't used one of these in forever."
hmm
wait. So the bombs
Totally
come out the
reassuring.
Ford?
No, the silenced handgun.
Why should we be quiet at any given point? So, God. Thank you, Jack. I am loving your character, by the way.
I mean, if you want a really epic moment more, when we see that mob of 10 casualties, and Jack goes, "Ooh, can I try something?"
No, let's just
I'm
try
all for driving away and keeping resources.
All right.
We might need them later.
We're going towards lots of casualties, as far as I recall.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. So the group consensus is to drive away.
Please.
Sadly.
Well, then again,
Okay.
Jack is driving, so...
All right.
No, I'll follow the group consensus.
Okay, thank you.
So it's on there. Okay. So, but Jack, I need you to make me a drive check to make sure that you're doing that. You're not making enough noise for the casualties to follow. So you're being careful enough.
That's a 6 under 9.
So
Trailing casualties as we go, basically.
yep, you will be trailing casualties. So in the that's like in the next leg, depending on what happens, you will have a specific specific section of those casualties that will eventually show up. So, all right, but marking up another guess. You're into your next leg.
Drone check?
I'm sorry. Yep.
Drone
Oh yeah.
check to look ahead?
Yep. You can go ahead and make a drone check. So go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I keep
need
forgetting
awareness
you get
also?
to scout ahead.
That is true. Yeah. So that's it. It's,
So awareness also?
Mhm.
Okay.
so you succeeded on your piloting, and it's
Oh
only-
yeah, the piloting was 13/9. The drone check's 12/2.
Okay.
I mean, the awareness check's 12/2.
No worries. So
Piloting was-
12 virtue. Okay, and you are marking off charges on it, correct?
Oh, yep.
Okay, cool. Just to make sure. All right. Yeah. So yeah, you're trying to drive around, make sure that the other casualties are still not following you, and Jack's taking some weird like slightly off-road path to make sure that that you can confuse them, but it doesn't seem to be helping that much. But luckily enough for you, Blackbird, you actually do see that as you're going through that the road going forward has a lot more potholes and just off sinks that don't seem to be particularly normal for this. And it kind of dawns on you as you're looking in here that you're near this National Guard base that you just passed by, or this temporary one.
This might be the live fire range
You might be passing through that as well.
or a minefield.
So here
I
is
will
part-
alert everyone to the minefield, maybe?
Ooh, them's good pickings.
No.
Vito, turn around.
I vote to
So-
go round.
So
We have
here's the
one.
thing with it. Yeah, so this will you can go around it, but that's going to be an extra 2 off of your fuel for it. You can attempt to it can't be driven over, or else it will actually damage the vehicle as you're getting the aerial view over it. It's just too rough even for the Humvee. So you will either get stuck and have to pull it out, or
I was going to say, going over the exploded mines is safe.
yeah. So, but the other ones there, you have no idea if there's unexploded mines or any other munitions out here that are still active. Kind of like that mortar that Jack came across.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I want it. We've got more
So
explosions.
would you say that demolitions would be the right way to clear a path through a minefield?
Well, again, it's not just the minefield too. It's like the potholes are literally out right
Well,
now.
I mean, we go off road, of course, which is why I would think there'd be more mines that are active.
So, for that one now, it's basically the choice on there is either you walk it and take that through, or you can go around it for 2 extra. So, so you might have a path that you can find, but that's going to be a lot of awareness, and you risk damage to the vehicle.
But we won't be bringing the vehicle if we walk through.
So, yeah. So you won't be you won't be able to get it through there.
I'm in favor of bringing our vehicle, given that it's the thing that gets us away from dangerous things. So,
Especially a lot of dangerous things moving together with a caravan. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I got a plan then.
Okay.
lay it on us, man, Jack.
Mines, they work off, pressure.
Yeah.
And if you can set off pressure in a localized area, most of the mines there should go boom, right?
You're thinking counter explosion, aren't you?
I'm thinking we throw some fireworks out there and see what happens.
It's your answer to everything, Jack.
That's
So, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you're wanting to do a
I
demolition.
want to clear a path by using fireworks on the ground and using pyrotechnics to blow up like a safe zone. Like we've blown up this area. There shouldn't be any mines left there.
right, because the pressure wave will set them off.
He wants to basically blow up any other mines that are there.
And the pyrotechnics is to just be able to successfully measure out the fireworks so that we can clear a path.
Okay. So that will work for any of the unexploded munitions. So I will say that if you want to give that a try, you could do that to see if there's success. But like I said, it's still gonna be a rocky right now. So if you do that your vehicle is going to at least take some damage. So because
From
of
just the potholes?
yeah, this is completely marked right now. It's pretty severe.
Is there no way around the marking without like 2 legs?
So, no. So, unfortunately, if you
Okay,
want
so even if we clear the mines, it doesn't matter, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, it seems as though either way our vehicle. Let's spend the 2 fuel rather than possibly damage our vehicle.
So,
How many
yeah,
fuel do we have?
as of right now, you've
be
only
8.
spent 2. So, yeah, 8. So
we spent 5 getting there, is what I'm hearing, though, or 4 at least.
yes. So.
But you don't normally spend the fuel for the return journey. Same way you don't
Yeah.
spend rations for the return journey.
Well, in that case,
Yeah. So, depending on the situation too, like it's based also, and doing a bit of forethought. If you're wanting to use the vehicle for any additional things too, that's tricks and whatnot. That's going to cost fuel as well. So it just depends on what you want to bring back or what you need to. So
And whether we find something that can be scavenged for fuel.
Or if forethought protection of what you're supposed to be bringing back.
Well, we'll have 5 fuel still when we get there, so you'll have lots of fuel. So
well,
my vote is
I have one last
for-
question then. Do you want me to scavenge some mines?
No.
We have lots of boom. Lots of boom.
We don't have anti-personnel mines, though. We do
But
not
lots
have,
of
in
boom.
fact, have those.
Let's just go around. The mortar is still ringing.
We
anyway.
can come back if we need them. I mean,
Well,
be fine.
You're right. I know where they're at.
we could also sell the location if we don't need them.
I mean, group vote. Go round.
Yeah. Go around.
Yeah,
Go
100%.
around.
Do we want to do one of these legs as a lovely discussion that won't cause any stress at all?
Will Aaron permit it, or does he have plans for those 2 legs?
So, well, at this point, like I said, it's basically you don't have to. It won't be an extra leg right now. You can just bypass this. So and then
Okay.
you're
We just
done.
have to spend the extra fuel.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
just the cost right now. So
Yeah,
you can have
we
any other
drive home.
conversation you want to, but you're just be driving real now, going
that's
like,
fine.
"Wow, it's nice that we didn't blow up."
So, what are you
This is
guys
a
going
real
to do
good
first?
car,
when you get-
guys.
When you get over the wall, like, what's the first thing you guys want to do?
Yeah, Jack. What is the first thing you want to do?
Get.
I mean, first there's treatment for Sal, and probably a bath. I haven't bathed in, how
Yeah,
long has
yeah.
it been? Like 12, 13, 14.
How long ago was the crash?
Yeah, around 20, I think. Yeah, around 20. You don't know if he's speaking about months or days, and he does stink.
Fair.
But so do we all.
Yeah, the average level of stink probably a lot higher. But
Higher than before the crash, yes.
So, the big part of that as well. So, yep. And
Well, actually, no. I do have a question.
Mhm.
So, how do we all feel about removing technology that could save everybody here in the loss?
gotta say, boss, I'm not feeling too good about that. I was trying not to listen too hard. I'm just kind of trying to think of the money right now. If we got to do something that we might regret.
Blackbird?
I mean, right now we don't know what they're doing with the tech, and
we know-
it
we
could be
know what's
much
gonna
worse.
We know what's going to happen when the DHQS gets hold of it.
I'm not thinking this is a tell our grandchildren about it kind of thing. I think this is a do the job and shut the fuck up forever.
And live a happy life on the other side of the wall in the recession.
Why
for
not
all-
both?
Jack?
Y'all are thinking too hard. Let's just go and see what's there and what happens.
I will write out by hand instead of saying it aloud because DHQS is listening.
This is their car. That's pretty
This is their
smart.
car. Those are their suits. So I write out. Why not? Diffuse the imminent danger of this massive herd. Make a large explosion that may or may not that almost certainly caught it, and make sure control got out so she can do whatever they're doing. Just don't do this again. We
Well-
can't have it both ways. It is possible.
Yes. I just wanted to check the
But that's
temperature.
situational. If we need to blow them up to not die,
Of course. Okay. Cool. As we drive on into the...
It's a good thing I don't really want a will because there's a problem of passing notes to someone with no inner monologue.
yes. Well, I passed it to BuzzFeed.
Smart. That's why you're the
That-
drone guy.
High was in the front is in front with me, right? So
Yep.
Mhm.
And I did pass it to Jack because he's driving.
Yeah, HQ is in the back. I feel like Team Exuberant is in the front.
All right. So it's good. I actually really loved the idea from that too. So, and it does, for those of you who are more, socially conscious, it does kind of feel weird that, this something that could so radically change the face of the loss in this moment would be that's like either restricted or possibly controlled. The point, because if DHQS is as magnanimous as they come out to be, at least in the public front, then they should share that.
I mean, that's what's puzzling about this. It's like, why have the Moths not announced something or gotten it somewhere they could duplicate and propagate the tech? What the hell is actually going on is the question.
Blackbird. Okay.
I was just wondering if that was a self-control check for like the prospect of handing this over to DHQS.
So that was.
But we're not there yet.
No, I know, but it's still. Thinking about right, we're all contemplating it, right? We all have to contemplate.
It is a self-control check, with the exception. I'm going to give the exception of Jack, because Jack don't give a fuck. It sounds like so.
Jack specifically told, "Don't think about it until it becomes the time to think about it."
Exactly. So if anybody else feels like that socially right now, you can.
I made one. Yay!
Yeah, I made one.
Yep. If you lose that one, you just take one in detachment. So.
Oh, that's one in detachment. I does not feel good about this.
So, but that being said, I will actually allow for that one. Blackbird, Hivis, since you're at least part of that communication, you can go ahead and make a foresight check.
Okay.
Because of that conversation about the moths. So.
Yep.
7 under 9. No, I'm distracted.
Yeah, it's like.
He's just saying.
I have one.
Nope.
Failed.
Yeah, why are the moths not on this right now? That should be done immediately. This is weird. So.
Maybe control got picked up by these wacky bandits with the flower things.
So I don't know. So, but no time to think about that anymore, because you are on site, and as you are moving forward, you immediately Jack, you're the one driving. You at first think right now that you've just been on the road too long and that you're getting floaters in your eyes because of just how long you're there.
And how old I am.
Yeah, just being ancient too. So, I'm glad that we trust you with our lives with you. But that means that as you're going forward, you think it's just floaters, but as you're going through, you realize that there seem to be kind of shimmering blotches around the horizon, because you can definitely see the road, but it definitely looks like it kind of ends. And as you're getting closer, you suddenly come to the realization that you're stopping a bit, that it looks like there's a pretty big dust storm up ahead, but weather relating or everything you got off of Ubix says that there is nothing out here there's no actual real weather pattern that should be doing this.
The DHQS man told us about the dust.
Mm-hmm.
So that is true. Blackbird. So that's like you notice this as well, and go ahead and this is a free one though. You really realize that the cameras on the drone are actually not be able to penetrate that for some reason. So it seems that there is literally something in there that is reflecting enough light that is screwing up the...
Can I get close enough to the edge to see some of the particles individually?
That is going to take a drone pilot check, and it's going to... If you fail that, there will be consequences. So,
well, that's why I'm using their drone. That is time to flip it, I think.
All right.
You sucked the will out. All right. No consequences. I burned a will.
All right.
What do I find out about the particles?
So, that's like, as you're flying that, you actually manage to get right up to the edge. But as it does, it just it doesn't blind it in the real sense.
Remember, I'm not going into the cloud. I want to be
you're just right on the edge. You're right on the edge.
Being thrown out, right?
Yeah, you're right on the edge. But whatever these particulates are doing, it seems to be almost like for the camera's eyes, it's almost like a mirror image. It's like it's literally.
Are they reflective particles?
Yeah, it is a highly reflective particle of some sort. So
weird.
But what you can notice for this, since you managed to stop it, you can go ahead and get an awareness check, and anybody else watching along on his feed can do that as well.
All right, so this is awareness with the drone
So
suite.
not Jack Tyre because he's driving the car.
Yeah.
That is a 15 over 4.
50. Okay, so you're lucky right now. You actually see that even though it gives that weird reflection, there's enough movement in them that you can actually tell that it's not the ambient air for the jet stream essentially over you that is pushing that, but there's a flow coming down from the bottom. So something is pushing this up into the air with what looks like regular dust particulates.
Right. I mean, we knew that, but is it like being sucked back in? Is it circulating? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a fountain, and it's just coming back in and then being pumped back out?
Exactly. It's being taken up and blown back in on a constant basis. Which means it's
pulling in something, which means we could give them a gift.
Okay. So what are you thinking of?
I'm still not sure. So is there a way to disrupt this?
Like I said, you'd have to find the particular source of it, but you know where that airflow is.
Well, we presume that it will be at the center and I can go high enough to see the whole cloud.
Okay. You could try, and see if you can get above it.
Sure.
Okay. So that will be, that will be another drone pilot check to see if you can get around that. While you're doing that, is anyone else wanting to do anything else?
I think I'm just perched over the front
that's
seat.
A 10 over 6.
The screen.
You're looking at the screen, so, okay.
10 over 6.
10 over 6? Okay, so we'll do that for a second. BuzzFeed, anything you're willing to do?
I think it sounds like Blackbird has a plan to get rid of something that's a fairly large obstacle to us. Which
I have no plan. I'm just trying to figure out one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. But you've got your drone. You're sending it into the dust storm.
No. I'm sending it above the dust storm.
Yeah, but ultimately to stop the dust storm, right?
Right. Or to figure out how we can work with it. But
so let's see how that plays out. And because we can do this remotely, right? And it's a military one, so it can go boom.
Exactly.
Yeah, work out how big an area we're dealing with, where the epicenter is.
Maybe we wanted to go a little bit more boom. I can paste some.
Let's see what we got first. We may not want it to go boom at all. We may want to use it and see if we can talk to someone, by which I mean you.
Okay.
But first things first, I made the drone check. What do we see?
You get it over the clouds itself, and it's going up pretty high. So at its max right now, it almost is at about 1,000 feet. So just because it's that high,
military drone should be fine.
Yep. So well within yours. But as you peek over that, you kind of see something amazing out of this. Is that there appear to be coordinated drones. Some of them looking a little bit worse for wear, but with what appear to be a slightly larger box fans, for lack of a better term, that have been attached to those. And that is, to anybody looking at that, that's kind of explaining possibly how they're keeping it in position here, maybe from the ground and up. Is that
so they have their own drones? That means there's something to hack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
by the way, how far are we from the epicenter of this thing, and is it moving?
So there is not a lot of movement here in this particular one, as far as you can tell, other than just like what you would see in a cloud would be.
No, I mean, is the whole thing moving like a caravan, or is it just stationary?
It's stationary here. So
maybe this is where they were going.
So possibly.
And are there any casualty streams outside the cloud?
So not that you can see outside of the cloud.
Well, I'm looking for very large numbers, not just like little mobs or something. Is there a line of casualties coming closer or anything? That sounds like no.
No, not that you can see.
And we're in the clear right now, right? No one's
for the clear right now. Yes.
Okay.
So
I mean, they could be hiding inside the cloud, but who knows?
Well, I expect there are.
Well, should we? It's not going to come to us, is it? Let's head down and into the cloud.
I mean, can we? Are there any Ubix signals coming out of the cloud?
So there does seem to be one that you're picking up, but it is an encrypted channel. So as you can see,
they have to be controlling those drones somehow.
Yep.
Okay. Which means that you can try to see if you can hack into that possibly. So or try to guess any information, or see if you can put in another signal. So that looks like their network is available.
I mean, is drone operator sufficient to try and tap in to get the feed from them?
For that, usually we do a little computer, but I will say
I
that
could call in a reference.
they can call in a reference too, or if anybody else has any ideas. So yeah, so
I got one.
okay.
We take these little air clamps of C4, put a few detonators into them. You take your drone, you drop a little bit of this clump down onto all of these drones, keeping this dust storm contained. We blow
And
them
blast
up.
them out of position.
Yeah.
Rather sets the tone, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, rules out a lot of options if you start with explosions.
And
I mean, we could do that and have it, on hand.
True.
Yes.
Having that ready to go is maybe a decent idea.
Yes.
well, then that's where the drone is, right? When we go in, it's hovering above us at thingy, ready to drop a cluster into the thing, right? That
Commencing
what we're
Operation
doing.
Damocles.
Yes. Yeah.
So normally drones not. Oh, actually, I guess it does have that cargo capacity, so it can just do a drop.
Yeah.
Yes, it can. So it would be very difficult. It's like it would be a hard one, and mainly it's more time consuming than anything else if you're going to be setting that up. So,
I mean, it's on a station. I bring it back down. We fly it back up.
Yeah, and one of us, in the meantime, while that's getting ready, can call our friend who is a lead hacker of some sort and see if we can get some advice about how to break into this channel. See if we can have a chat with someone, right?
absolutely.
Yep.
So yeah, we could do that too. So
Because what we really like to do is get into their communications net.
Yes.
and see. Okay.
So, who's a hacker in Red Markets? I can't think of one.
So this is any contact you guys would want to. So or hi Viz. So if there's somebody you haven't tapped into a contact yet, have you?
I have not.
Okay, we can make that. So
I would advise not picking Nat.
Yes. Well, the one I
Probably a good
did forward
idea.
them off, so I said.
Yeah, well, she's my ex. We don't really talk anymore. Okay, I did some taking a while back with a tech-savvy friend named Press Button.
okay, press button. I like it.
And yeah, I always thought he was pretty good with computers. He seemed to always have a handle on communication networks. I think he might be able to help us out.
Okay. All right. So do you have the big specs so you can contact him on?
I do not, so I will be borrowing them.
Okay. So all right. So who's lending them?
I mean, I'm always happy to, but I think that's a self-control
So
check.
clarifying, do I need the specs to control the drone?
Yes. So you need that for a control one. So
All right.
So
Well,
here you go.
bringing the drone back in, I assume I don't need to roll for that.
no, you've already made your piloting check, so you know where the ups and downs
And
are.
do I
so.
need to blow another charge, or is this just I powered it for the seed?
This one right now is going forward. When you're setting it out, if you're going to do the Damocles plan,
No. I meant for the Ubix.
you're heading for the. Oh no, that's fine. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's okay. So
There you go.
All
I'll
right.
mark off a charge for his call, though.
all right, yeah, that's fine. So all right, yeah, hi. So you go in there. That's like you press button for play.
Hey, yeah, it's me, still alive as ever. Halfway across the country right now. But,
Can't believe that you're doing that. That's like doing that, especially with the taker stop, like I've heard it's being called. So nobody's moving anything out because that's like apparently the winds of corpse change are coming.
hey, look, it gets me out of doors, gets my 10,000 steps every day. You're missing out, honestly. But listen, while you're manning that computer chair over there, maybe you could do me a little favor. Just be part of the legend.
Okay, all righty. So what do you need me to do right now? Because I want to get my story out everywhere and let them know that that's like you get a press button, you're gonna get results.
Okay, well, actually, I have a pretty media-savvy colleague here who might be able to set you up, get that name out there. Wink, wink.
Oh, no,
You talk to his people, he'll talk to your people, but what we
But
need from
what
you
do you
right
need to do?
now is a little... There's a communications network, probably some hodged together, chewing gum and spitwire kind of thing. But, we're all pretty clueless about that sort of thing. So if you could maybe break into this encrypted frequency for us, see if you could give us access on my friend's Ubix.
Well, I gotta let you know, breaking into full encryption right now is kind of a horror thing, but it might be more. It's like I could do it, but that's gonna take some time if you like want the full payment for it. But in the meantime, like I said, I can actually take a look at it just to see what you're working with, and maybe there's something similar we can cobble together that will get you into at least listen. So that sound like that can work for you?
This guy totally has me where he wants me. Yeah, absolutely, that'd be great.
All right. So that means that I need at least. Well, show me what you're working with. So, do you send him the it's like the Ubik frequency to our
Sure.
address? So, okay. He goes off. Takes a couple minutes. Viz.
Yeah.
What the living fuck are you trying to get into?
Taker stuff. Yeah, just some renegade group out in the desert. Well, why do you ask?
Well, because this encryption that you're showing right now is not looking like some random taker or some joker is just modifying his own security network out somewhere in the waste. This is it's older, but this is a moth encryption.
I have this guy on speakerphone, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
So, the thing about it is that you can get. It's not used anymore, too, as far as I know right now. This is something that DHQS, knocked off a while back. So neither side is, really paying attention to it anymore. They don't think it's there. But yeah, like I said, I can't break it, but you're in luck because I actually have the keys for this one in particular.
You are a lifesaver, press button.
That's like I'm a data hoarder, buddy. So I'll give you anything that you want to. Also, if you need 16 gigs of old Gilmore Girls episodes, I got your hookup too.
Do I?
Yeah.
That's for the right back, guys. Am I right? Am I right? Absolutely.
Just got. Glad to know Jack's a Gilmore Girls fan. So anyway, but yeah, but in this case, you might want to be careful around that too, because if you're operating with old stuff like this, you never know who's listening in. So, like I said, I still want to be famous. Just maybe make me be that's like the side shadowy character right now in your Ubik film presentation. You got that?
We'll put one of those cool voice changers over you, so you sound like a sort of secret informant.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
say a
gonna be
highly placed source. Sound good?
that's gonna be absolutely too. That's appreciative too. So all right, but yeah, just send me some Doge, and I'll be good to go. So
I'll doge you up, no problem.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you send him a bounty. So and you do have the encryption key for this frequency. So good job. You can take what you need off of it. So you will be able to access that. All right. And looks like Dan's here for a second. So if you want to take a small break again, and we'll be right back. So
yes, I'll go be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. What, 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes, and we'll be right back. So yeah. Cool. So all right. Hey Dan, just to let you know, we're taking a break. 2-minute break. We'll be right back. So. Hey, we're taking a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. So.
I'm back.
Myself also. Just checked, and the Phase Anatomy Kickstarter just poked its head above 16,000, which is very pleasing. So we have a new artist.
Hey!
That's fabulous.
It's
I'm back at the 150 level.
no, well, why? Thank you, because now I get to write an email to the other artist, being like, "Hey, you're on board." Because apparently I'm an art director.
Well, something to put on your CV.
Hey, Aaron, are you muted, or can I just not hear you?
That's me. I forgot. So my mute is on. So yeah, I'm using my voice mod for my mute. So all right. No, I will say something with Phase. I love the fact that it's like when right before it went over, I specifically waited until it was like 50 to put mine in, so I could tell Caleb's like I did that. So
Very nice.
which is there. But God, that filming that was the most uncomfortable wheelchair I've ever been in. So
I mean, I think
wheelchairs are comfortable.
The video is doing some work. Like everyone I've shoved the Kickstarter in the face of, being like, "Oh, they had a funny little skit."
oh yeah, no, it was fun to do that day. So yeah, no, it was a ton of fun, and I keep telling Caleb he needs to release the outtakes from that. Because we had, as a bonus for anybody who's backed that so far, just there's an outtake where I nearly wiped out Caleb with Dr. Osif.
So kind of a Jackie Chan moment or verbal takeout?
Oh no, Jackie Chan moment too. We nearly kind of crashed.
Yeah, I mean that should definitely be a stretch goal.
Yeah, I keep thinking that too, because Osif was a prima donna, by the way. Just letting you know. So he was kind of a jerk. So. All right, so back into it again. So what we've actually found out, is that everybody rearranged. So, but yeah, as we found out, everybody, you now have the encryption key to the main it's like to the main Ubic transmission from it's like the cloud, so that you can figure out, so you can tap in to see what they're listening into, or trying to get into communication. So let's see. As for particular skills, to do this right now, that's still going to usually take more kind of that's like technical skills as well, at least not to be seen. So I will say that's like with the encryption key, you can get in there for a moment right now, but if you start doing anything with it, it's probably going to be pretty obvious at the beginning. So what do you guys want to do?
By doing anything with it, do you mean listening? Because what we really need is information.
Yeah, listening into that and getting basic information, that's good. That will be fine. But if you decide to like really dig or try to mess with the network, that will be a pretty big red flag.
In other words, that'll be another reference. Mm-hmm. So we don't have a red flag. Exactly. It is worth a bounty to not get caught.
Yeah. So, but that's mainly this. But if you want to, but you can tap in right now and start listening in or getting some information from it. So, okay.
What's the going on? Question?
Okay. So, hi, Biz. Since you had that, you can go ahead and start looking through that. You notice that the network there seems to be separated into a couple interesting files, though. It actually has what's called the area network, which seems to is actually expanding over about 1.5 miles of this area. So what you're here, which is called the cloud, for lack of a better term, is literally just the entryway into the area that the electric mayhem seems to be out there. There seems to be a in between the main a space right now where they're keeping all their vehicles and storage sites, from what they're saying. And the back of it is just called the maze for some reason.
Encouraging.
So it's a little bit off that. But you also do get information on, you're seeing references for people that are logged into this network too. The first is Dr. Teeth, Janice, Floyd, and Zoot. It looks like there is a ID for one called Animal, but it is not active.
So these are these people we could, if we wanted to make our presence known, bother individually, given that I can see them in the network?
Yeah, you can go ahead and take. Yeah, you can see them in the network. So, because it looks like those are just regular comms to communicate. Since you are looking at though, you can make an awareness check.
Oh, all right. That's a failure. 6 under 9.
Okay. All right. You don't see anything as of right now. Too. You thought you saw basically another name pop up there for a second, but it just kind of disappears. So, from where you're at. But you do get a little bit of more information about the cloud itself, and it appears that there are blower units on the ground, like you had suspected, interacting with the blower units connected to the drones above. So, and that there appear to be remote shutoffs that are available there to possibly disperse this. So, if you are so if you want to, you might be able to try to access that. But in order to get back to the storage area, like I said, this thing is pretty permissive. And you know, with the drones, they can basically expand it or contract it as almost as much as they want. So that means that you'd have to figure out a way to access that without being noticed.
All right, so this artificial dust storm is being created by means of a system of drones and counteracting fans to keep the particulates in motion all the time. We could suppress at least part of the network, like by shutting it off remotely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. We would have to be prepared for whatever opportunity we're going to see when we get in there, or when we...
How often do they need to recharge the drones?
So,
because unless they got
information...
honking big battery packs, they have to come down periodically.
So they might not all come down at the same time, though.
Well, one would think they wouldn't, but
Blackbird
it feels as though to disrupt the drones, we have multiple methods now, but they will alert them. But at some point, we're going to have to go in and actually view what's going on, right? So, like, I just feel as though I personally would like to get to the people and the plot line, frankly.
Yes.
Sorry, you know.
No, I agree. What I was going to say is,
we now have multiple ways.
Are
we going to set off the multiple ways?
Are we going to set them off, or are we just going to go into the plot?
I mean, if we can get a hold of them over their own network, that's fine.
Well, do you want to stand back here and try and hack it from, out while the rest of us go in?
The question is, do we mess with them now, or do we mess with them later?
Yeah.
Or do we plant something we can mess with later, with just a signal?
Yeah, can we do that? Can we trigger it off? It feels as though we want to do some.
We have the code, so we can trigger the net solution whenever, as long as we pull a reference, because we need someone to do that for us, because none of us are hackers. We could also put the Sword of Damocles in place. Are we doing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
should I roll a demolition and Blackbird roll a drone piloting to get his drone in place?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So those are your two options too. So you can preset the Damocles the Damocles plan in place, or you can use the network, but noticing that that's going to be an alert, full alert on them if necessary.
Do we need to add extra charges, or will the drone kamikaze do the thing?
Kamikaze? Are you talking about kamikazing into the cloud?
Into the. I thought the plan was to drop some ordnance on some of the drones to disrupt the cloud.
Yeah, we have a carrier drone. We can get the carrier drone to dump little dumplings of C4 onto the.
That's true. Could do multiple dumplings.
Yeah. So
okay. We got to do both rolls. All right. Let's get the demolitions one first. Away from your stash.
In case I crit fail.
Yep.
And I succeed. 8 over 7.
Fabulous.
8 over 7.
All right.
Okay. Good. So you have enough. You have enough for the drones. So basically enough drones that it will disrupt the network. So
I've cooked you up something, Blackbird.
And here's the drone check to program this so it will go off when I send the signal. And that is an 8 over 8. Oh dear. I'm sure it's great. It'll work fine.
Well,
Tires go to the market.
So you
You
tie
should
right now?
spend the
Okay.
will.
Do you want to spend a will on that?
I would love to spend a will on that. Darn
Okay.
shame. Don't have
Alright.
one.
Oh, you
well-
don't. So
No. I spent the will earlier to find out about the cloud, and I'm slightly disappointed
Actually,
in the amount of information
I've
we
got
did
an
get.
idea. I'll spend the will on my demolition. It won't matter where the bombs got dropped because
There
they'll
you go.
disrupt
They'll
it
all
anyway.
just disperse.
okay.
Can I do that?
It just-
Retroactively spend the will to upgrade my demolition into a crit?
I would think you need to do an awareness to see that I screwed up my program.
Ah.
So for that, yeah, that would be more of a drone piloting check on there too. However, I will allow you this though. So if it's like hitting, so you hitting on head in the clouds, literally.
Uh-huh.
So, but if you it's like if you feel like this is such a good idea, you can go ahead and have the success. You basically get a will point back to spend on there, but it will retroactively damage the drone. So you're going to lose some. That's like so you will lose some
Fine
of
by me.
its hit points and
Okay, so succeeding at a consequence, not even
Mhm.
worrying about the will.
Yeah.
The drone will be damaged during this. That's fine. It's
So
the
basically you
DHQS
had-
drone.
yeah. So one of
I have
those
another.
it bumps. Yeah. So basically it bumps the rotors of one of those and it just kind of screws it up. So
Yep, it'll be a spectacular crash, is what you're saying.
yep. So
And we won't know exactly where the kamikaze comes down. I'm fine with this as a consequence.
all right. So okay. So you do hit that. You get so basically you manage to plant the last one, but you get a little too close in. It rotates and then goes into the cloud.
No, you're not following. It's above the cloud with the payload.
This is going to happen when we trigger it, basically.
We're only going to trigger this if we need to. It has
Okay.
not
Yeah.
happened yet.
But it's
Okay.
going to screw up when it triggers.
So-
Okay. So I thought you
So
were
the
I-
consequence of the success is that the drone is damaged when it goes off because I screwed up the program
Okay,
rather
well,
than it failing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just thought you were planting those on top of each of these drones, which was my understanding. So, but
Well,
if
I don't see
actually,
how they stay there.
I think what Aaron was saying was that as part of the process of planting these dumplings, your drone gets damaged and loses its armor. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
Well, I mean, then they know we're here.
No, apparently not.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Maybe.
as far as you know.
And, but that's the
Okay, so,
consequence.
well, did we set up the dumplings with remote detonator?
Yes.
Okay.
That was what
So,
the
so
demolition.
yeah,
the
so
idea is that I'm
exactly.
going to carefully lower these onto each one of those.
But now with our thing in, and if you like only a small little bump in the road, we drive on into the cloud, right? And
All right. So, and the consequence is that the drone has no more armor. That's all.
Yeah, so it is completely vulnerable, and if you try to use it, it's going to be more vulnerable in the end. So,
Again, it's the spare drone that they gave me. Sure.
be amazed if this doesn't just blow up as fireworks on the way home. A successful job,
I mean, if you really wanted to punish us, you could say that took out the drone. But
Yeah.
it got the job done.
Well,
Yeah.
I think the funnier, i.e., more appropriate solution is that the drone drops out of the sky at a bad time and kamikazes. We don't know where.
Yeah, well, let's see if that happens, right? That's
Yeah.
gonna be we fail on something and the drone comes crashing to our feet, and we're like, yeah,
Exactly.
don't mind that, ignore that.
All right.
Walk away.
It's not with us. Yeah.
But maybe
All right.
step back a lot.
so that being said, are you? So now that you have it set up, are you going to go proceed into the cloud, or where's
Yeah.
the next?
Yes. Yeah.
Push
Okay.
this Humvee forward to victory.
Yep.
All right.
We got a smash and grab to do.
Okay. All right. So you're pushing. That's like pushing that in.
Roll up the
as
windows,
you're
put
going,
the air on recirculate.
yeah. So let's.
I presume I have to roll a drive check, which is I just did.
Yep, you did. So what did you make on that?
11/1.
11/1 too. All right. So luckily, as you're going through, you manage to actually swerve around the clouds, and you're actually now seeing what is generating it from the bottom, which appear to be really older, much older. Retrofitted dronkies that are barely kind of hopping along, mainly because of the weight that is on their back. But they are the one they get the fans circulating this back up into the clouds whatsoever. Something else that you notice too is that they also have some very smaller speakers that you can barely see, just kind of pumping out some sort of noise, but also with an antenna on the back too. So with anybody looking at that, I'll say, BuzzFeed as well as Blackbird, you can make up the idea that this is possibly something transmitting into it.
Okay. Could I make a research check with my Ubix to try and like record the signal or something?
Okay. So go ahead.
I missed what you said. This is a what?
So this is basically the fans at the bottom right now are us like they're basically Dronky units with those to recirculate.
Right.
But they also have the smaller speakers on them. So probably what you would see off of like a Bluetooth unit.
Sure.
That seem to be pumping out some noise, and they have an antenna, so it looks like something's broadcasting into them.
Well, I fail that one. I better charge my Ubit specs, but
Okay.
we know that this is how they're kiting them, right? Like this is how they're forming the herd, like
Some
away
sort of
from-
sound.
Yeah, and I wonder, is this a replication of the technology that we were asked? Because there's no way we can deal with all of these. It would seem like we're going to miss.
But if we grab a draw key,
So you can get up and try to get out and grab one while you're in here. However, breathing that in.
Time.
can we get out and hook to one and grab its memory to get the signal?
Well, I mean, the question that I want to know is this the target that we had in mind that we were briefed on, or is this like a component in that technology?
I think
We
it's a
don't know.
component.
Yeah.
We need to talk to him.
Yeah. So with actually yes, as far as you can tell, maybe not. So
I tap a reference to find that out. I tap.
There we go.
What was your character called, Aaron?
Oh, Doc Carver.
No, the one who the radio station in the Brutalists.
IP Williams.
Oh, yeah.
IP Williams.
IP
Yeah.
Williams. So yeah.
IP Williams.
Okay. So yeah, we'll go and tap that reference. So hi, you've reached Corbusier. Can I help you?
So IP. I'm looking at these drones, right? And they've got some funky tech. Can you tell me what's going on here? Are they components in a larger piece or whatever? I've got that, I found those DVDs of Evangelion. You know how much you want it.
I was really looking for the laser disc because that's the rare thing at this point. But I still appreciate it. I
One-Winged
still.
Angel was outdated and passé, you fucker!
Well, click. So, no, but that's, yeah, no, but I really appreciate that. But yeah, I can at least take a look and see if we can get you some help. God, what are you taking this in right now? It looks like you're almost underwater. That looks like a donkey.
Yeah, that's a drunkie, and there's a bunch of them. But we were looking for a particular drunkie. I'm patching you in, IP. Go on, work your magics, Williams.
So it will again. What are you trying to look for this donkey to? What's important about it?
Well, we want to know. Well, you'll have the story when I do, IP. You know how it goes.
So resource. So, but at least are you trying to figure out if what you're showing me is an original or not, or
what I clearly want to identify, like metagame wise, is an understanding of these drunkies as opposed to the drunkie we were sent to return, right? Because I want to know, is this the job, or is this just like a derivative? You know what I mean? Like
I thought we were sent to get the tech and control. Was there only one drug you were supposed to grab?
Well, but I mean, that was the tech, right? Like, I mean, and if there's a dozen versions of the tech running around versus like the tech held in like the original copy, and these are just like relays for them or something,
That's why I was thinking that the relays, that we want to grab the signal and record that.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what I'm trying to understand is the wider mission as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
No. Well, like I said, if you're trying to say this is a big audio setup or something that's more unique, I'm not seeing this right now because that speaker is, salvage Bluetooth tech, and it's just only going to be able to do so much. And from that antenna, that just looks like it's just receiving something. So if you're able to maybe get a trace on that signal and follow it backwards, that's something that might be able to help right now. But I wouldn't say this is probably what you're looking for. This is just a glorified speaker for whatever it's like whatever weed crap they're pulling out.
Well, luckily we have this key to these systems, right? So could you do something with that IP? Could you maybe trace back that system?
So,
They've got
you
the
know
DVD
what?
extras. Subs, not dubs.
At this point, this is going to cost you a lot more. I'll do this now, but that means that if you do this, if I do this right now, that means I don't want Evangelion. I want Rossifon.
Rossifon. The man's a madman. The deep magic, yes.
Don't you dare give it to that madman.
You drive a hard bargain, IP. You drive a hard bargain.
I thought about that, so...
Don't worry.
Soon
I'll be able to get hold of any DVD or Laserdisc. Well, maybe not Laserdisc. I can't promise the impossible. Yeah. That you want.
Okay. Then, like I said, you get a Laserdisc for Rossifon, and I don't care about that. So, which means that you're getting it in a format that you have to record on. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
I understand.
So, all right, so this will cost you a bounty for this, but he is listening more in. He's going through the Ubik stations right now, basically reported through there, and he does find that two interesting things. One, these are just basically speakers that are going out, and there is a signal that appears to be going back to what is a main device that is broadcasting this within in your map information, which appears to be at the center of what they call the maze. So that is not out. That's like with any case. The second thing is he pops out and says, I don't know if you were seeing about this earlier, but there's somebody who's been trying to get a communication signal out for a while. Do you see that?
Well, we couldn't get through the code at the time until you were so helpful. So yes, what are they saying?
Well, if you want to talk to them right now too, we can patch. I can patch you in. They've been broadcasting on an older moth frequency in this. So,
should we take the call, gentlemen? Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
strangers, just friends you haven't met yet.
Yep, patching you in. So, you do get IP's voice fades away, and for a second, this is Control. It has been 165 days since my interception by this group. I am trying to reach somebody else with Ubik City. Please respond.
Roger that, Control. We read you loud and clear.
Thank God. And you hear this female voice rattle off that's like a confirmation code.
Yes, that's very nice.
Who are you?
Well, we're good Samaritans. We're the Merry Men.
Not another taker group.
Well, we can always lead you there if you like.
So, are you part of the Electric Mayhem's nonsense too?
Oh no, we could never ride with the Electric Mayhem. We are not hardcore enough.
No, but they're using my invention to basically, that's like profit off of everybody else too. And also, it's even worse. They have a freak in here that they're using to control.
Well, words like freak are awful words to use about our latent friends.
Latent's it's dead already. It's an aberrant.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
everybody
at least we're getting paid well for this, right, guys?
Yeah. Are you all listening to this, by the way, or? So
unfortunately, so
yeah, self-control checks for hearing aberrant.
Well, did she say aberrant?
She did.
Okay.
And I'm really curious about an aberrant. An aberrant, you say? They've never documented one. Not really.
Oh, BS. So we have all sorts of information on these freaks right now. They're going through. DHQS always kept it up, but all right.
Really? So information you could share, like this technology, perhaps.
I want to get it alive first before I do this. Like, what the hell? Are you here for me? Who sent you?
We came from Trabajo to see what was causing all of these casualties.
Nudge, nudge, Patsy will point.
Okay. So, yep. All right.
I just failed my self-control check, so I'm going to be bouncing my head against the dashboard and saying things about this is not good, this is very bad. We can turn this thing around right now. I mean, how much is that DHQS money guy worth anyway? It's like, he says
DHQS. Yeah.
So does Patsy get a will?
He does. So
Yeah, how much self-control do I...
And also, what did we lose for the failed check?
Yes.
So if you're losing that now, that is a 1 in stress. So chip, chip, chip. Yep.
Well-
Because you haven't seen anything yet. So
Well,
Fabulous.
yes. Well, like staring daggers at high vis. Turning the microphone onto like one source only, kind of like.
all right. Okay.
Yeah, yes, we were sent to find you. We were
He
sent
just
to bring
offered
you
us
back.
too much money. We're not made of stone. Please forgive us.
How loud are you saying that, by the way?
He's saying it louder enough to
Medium.
get a will.
Medium?
So enough,
Okay,
enough
so-
for it to be heard, I think.
How
all right,
is? I want you to look at this picture of somebody's wife and children that I stole from
The Red Rover's wife and children.
Nice.
Oh my god, good job.
Distract
Take a-
him. Good.
Take a
All right, take a will, yeah. But anyway, this is. But no. I'm done being anybody else's a pawn in this. I am
Well,
absolutely done.
Listen,
If you were wanting any of my help right now, you are coming clean right now.
Listen, Control. We're here to get you and your technology and to bring it back. Now. Or to destroy
or to
it.
blow it all up, or
Yeah,
make it
so-
look like it all blew up.
So, we were thinking about this on the way. And, hopefully this cloud is blocking whatever signals might be going out or whatever from
Oh,
those
that's fair.
Well,
But-
then we wouldn't have been able to talk.
I think it just stifles any conversation, right? And anyways, I feel like there's a happy medium we could come to between these options. I mean, the DHQS offers quite a lot for me and my friends here, but
So they sent you?
yes, they sent us, but we live here. We know people here. We have people we love here, people we like, people we dislike but don't want to see die. And we are all a bit dubious about the DHQS as well. So why don't we get you out of there and then we can come to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement, right?
The beneficial arrangement of this is not me going into their hands and not me dying in an excruciating way, which I can't at least bring trust if those assholes already have a tag on
Those
you.
are good starting points for our negotiation. I think we can deal with those as starting points. Yes.
Can I roll sensitivity?
Absolutely.
That's an 8/3.
Okay.
What she actually want from us
Yeah,
Uh,
good question.
takers?
She freedom
To prove our
actually.
good
You can,
intention.
you can hear from her voice. She is not. She is desperate.
Well,
So-
I mean, what will persuade her, I guess, and what will I can make a persuasion.
What's her weak spot or soft spot or tough spot? What do I get?
So for that particular, the weak spot on her is that she is basically committed to the science. So she is this is her baby that they stole, that has been stolen from her and then used against her.
Look,
Well-
you've invented something really great out here, haven't you? Some way to deal with the casualties that ain't gonna end us all getting up killed, right? And you need to pursue that lead. Make sure it goes somewhere useful for all of us, not just DHQS, not just these friggin' electric mahoochies. I can't even pronounce that word. But anyway, mayhem, that was it. But anyway, you done something good here, right? And you need to be out and alive to share that knowledge, to pursue that lead, right? So we can get you out. We just need to prove to the DHQS that the knowledge didn't get out with you. See?
Well, we could get you out, but no one needs to know about it. Or
That's
at least
what I
no
mean.
one that's adverse.
So you could say I died and let me go about my merry way.
As long as you could go with staying off the radar and be, officially dead.
I've been working with the moths for years. Why wouldn't I be able to not do
Well,
that?
you got caught by these guys. I'm just saying.
You got caught by a bunch of Muppets.
Yeah.
So, I got caught by a cult, is what I did.
Oh, yeah, that seems worse.
Yeah,
So-
anything we might need to know about these guys if we're going to be of any use to you?
Okay. So before she does that, though, because she's still very there, Jack, since you gave that one for the spot right now, I would like you to give me. Do you have persuasion?
No. I do have
Deception?
Deception?
well, essentially, what I have been doing is sharing her spot with the rest of you guys.
Right.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay.
So,
So,
I mean, can I make the persuasion then?
you can.
That is an 8 over 1.
All right. It's not like I've had any better options right now since Colorado Springs, so fine.
I've heard that before.
Here's what you need to know. So the long and short of it is that I managed to create a device that will emit a subsonic frequency that seems to repel casualties. There's something about the blight within them that does not react well to this. So, and I was testing this up in Colorado Springs. So when when everything went to hell, I escaped, managed to try to get back over to Ubik City, but unfortunately, along the way, I got caught. The device was not working, and that's when the electric mayhem came into place. Thought they were defense. I was going to offer them bounty. They decided that the tech was way too way too better, especially since the freaks were holding one of their own, which was a latent who went and then turned into an some sort of aberrant that I was never. I can't really describe. If it's arms all over, but
So there's an aberrant with a lot of arms. And how many cultists are we looking at?
So there's at least there's 4 of them. So
Where
that
are you?
there.
Where are you, Control?
Well, I'm right now in the cloud, which is at the front of the property. It expands over about 1.5 miles.
And are you in a building or are you in a vehicle?
I'm in a shed that has a ventilator in it, and they bring out food every once in a while. So, but it's like they're keeping the casualties out with it. But oh shit! If you're in the cloud, that means you're in trouble.
I mean, we're fine.
No, animals out there. That's their friend.
Hit the gas, Jack.
No.
Going where,
keep an
though?
eye out. Just keep an eye out.
Towards the
this
point that she told us.
Yeah, the
Yeah, it's too
signal's here
late
right
to
now.
go
You
back.
get
Gotta
here.
go forward.
This will leak there. But that's also if you're sitting there quiet right now, that's fine. But as soon as you start moving, and if you're in a car, he's gonna know you're there pretty quickly.
So we need to run him over, is what you're saying.
It's a big car.
It's a big car.
Yeah, this is it's a big car.
We kind of need this car, fellas.
This is at least a big part of it too. So, and again, the cloud just kind of takes out anything too. You get them in some light, you might be able to have more of a chance. But this is one of those things they keep. That's like they
Well,
took another one of my
arrange that.
projects.
Well, I think that we need to start things off with a bang, gentlemen.
Yeah. Well, before you go, I need. We start this right now. I need to tell you also too. I don't have the device is not here in the cloud. That's back in the maze.
That is a problem for an hour from now.
Well,
Well, if you're up for destroying it too, because like I said, that if we take that away, that takes all of it. But that's a big problem.
We have a prisoner and we have a payload. The prisoner can move by herself, which makes her easier to deal with. So I say get her first.
Yep.
yes. I mean, I'll level with you guys. I don't really want to go back over the wall. This is a big break for me. But I don't want to, stop all of your, lives over there. But if the technology goes and we get her away, that's fine. If they get the technology and they keep it, I don't really care as long as other people get it.
We do the job. We do our best. I get to see my family again. We all have a wonderful life. We just hold things together for another couple hours.
Yep.
Those are some promises I can keep.
Okay.
So
All right.
should we head off with the? I think so. It sounds like if we take out the cloud, right, like the area here, then we have more of a chance to get to her.
Mhm.
So should we initiate the sword of Damocles and drive through an exploding dust storm?
I mean, like you do. Click.
Yeah,
Hope
press
that
the
we-
button. See what
Hope that we
happens.
don't run into
Already
our friend.
pressed.
All right, Jack. So
You all sure I shouldn't just pile up a bunch of C4 and we lure Mr. Animal to us and then I blow him up?
I wish you had said that 5 minutes ago. Because, as you see, the dust cloud is starting to fade.
Yeah, we're on the clock here.
You ain't the one holding the detonator, boy.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Right,
Who's
I-
the
never mind.
explosives expert?
Fantastic.
I
You're the one on the job. Cool.
think I prefer the driving in and dealing with it than the trying to lure it with explosives. Because I feel like if we encounter it, then we're gonna throw explosives at it, right?
And
we are
now
not
we
in
have 3
control of
people with
this
silenced
situation
weapons,
enough.
so...
So, all right. So, Jack, are you setting it off? So,
Well, it does seem like I'm outvoted again, so I guess I'll set it off. If
Well,
that was
what
if
were
I'm
you
understanding.
suggesting? Oh, you're suggesting we lure it.
I was suggesting we just it comes to us, right? That was the
How do we
whole
lure it,
deal.
though?
I would suggest we're not
We
in
turn
control
on the
of this
headlights of the
situation
Jeep
enough.
and go vroom, vroom, vroom.
That's a good point.
I-
But how do we set up the C4 outside the Jeep?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That would lure it to where we are, which we don't want to blow up.
What
But
a-
also, there's this dust cloud going around that will tear us to shreds if we don't
Yeah.
take it out. And
or breathing that stuff is not going to be fun.
I also would just want to, I like it totally level with you. It's momentum. Whenever you drive a
What is-
car through an exploding dust storm, it's momentum, and I want to
It
get
basically
momentum.
footage is, I think, what he
Control puts in there, and I was like, yeah, they pumped a lot of colloidal silver in that thing. That's one of the things that reflects it. So,
said. What is it?
Colloidal silver.
yeah.
So, I mean, sorry to outvote you, Jack. I'd like to plow on and get this job into high gear. And, if we fight an aberrant, then what footage, frankly, and what drama.
Well, they don't call me Mad Old Jack for no reason. I'll just prep a bunch of C4 that we can throw out the windows of the car.
Oh, yeah. With one hand on the wheel.
Just doing that. Okay. Well, somebody could do that. You could prep that, and it could go off. Like I have no problem with that. Then somebody could make an athletic or an unarmed check to basically chuck it out. So,
any of us can toss those once he's got them set up, correct?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I'll roll the demolition then.
All right.
TikTok.
Please do.
That goes to the market, but I'll spend a will to flip it.
Okay. Probably good. So what did
Those
you get
are
off
the
that?
magic words. Okay.
All right, so you have that's like 2 charges for C4 that can be easily thrown, so and will not explode in your hands as far as you know.
And these are the detonators. These, not those.
Got it.
Okay, so plan for this right now is that as far as I understand, is you're going to make noise with the car, and try to get there.
Actually, I think the sword of Damocles is going off. We have the C4 in case we run into animal.
Okay.
And we're
gonna
going to pick
drive.
up control.
We're going to...
Yeah, we're good.
Cloud
we're gonna be like
dispersed. We head for the shed, pick up control, then we head for the maze.
Then we head
Yeah.
for the maze. Yeah, we're going to be the A-team, basically.
So all right then. So unless anything else right now is going, then we'll start the plan.
Let's start the plan.
All right. So, yep,
Yeehaw!
above you,
Lunge.
you do hear pops of the C4 high above you, and about a minute later, you start seeing debris raining down. It's like debris raining down into the cloud as it's starting to dissipate. You still have the circulation coming from some of the dronkies, but it obviously can't keep it. So, sunlight's starting to break through.
Time to move.
So for that, like I said, everybody can make awareness checks.
10 over 5. Jack's really doing good work, Ty.
Good job. So
5 over 4.
okay,
Higher if I'm using the drone, but I don't think I am.
not in this case. You'll have second.
Yep. So 5 over 4. So yes.
Okay, BuzzFeed, what'd you get?
I failed. Got
Failed.
tied.
Okay,
I
So,
got a 9
and
over
Heisen.
1.
1.
9
Okay,
over 1.
Not everyone? Okay, so everybody succeeded except for BuzzFeed. Okay, so Jack, you're the first on this. So you managed, as you're revving the engine for a second, it's thankfully the intake and everything is clearing out a little bit, and you actually can see what looks like a bit of a shed that is around around surrounded by more of these mini speakers. So they're still kind of pumping out the particular noise, but it's no more than about maybe 500 or 600 yards in front of you. So you're actually pretty close to begin with. That's like, so you can start driving towards that. Blackbird, so you do see the drone above you, so you can start reconnecting with that as well. But you also see at the same time, along with High-Vis, that you hear, it's like you see a shadow first that you thought is just part of the dust, but then you realize it's much darker and way bigger than it should be. So, and
which direction is it coming from?
It is coming from your it's like immediate right. So it looked like it was on near the edge of the border to the of the cloud itself. But
so as we're driving towards the shed, it's coming in at an angle, trying to catch up from our back.
It's basically coming to flank you.
So if we drop the C4 out the window, it will run over it long after we're gone, and then we can set it off.
True. Yeah, but you and High-Vis need to go ahead and make self-control checks, because this is about an 8-foot aberrant that seems to be a mouth in all arms.
That's just until the explosives go off.
So, well.
Somehow I made.
But I haven't made any of these rolls yet, so let's see what happens. I made a roll. Weird.
Okay, so
it's fine. We're gonna explode it. It's good.
Yeah.
Ojek gets 7/5 because he also made his awareness.
So would you like a athletics check to drop the C4 where it should go?
Okay, so we're there. So High-Vis made it. Jack made it. Blackbird, did you make your self-control check? Yeah, immediately get another stress on that, because oh shit.
Oh, that's if we made it one stress.
Yes, it's an aberrant. Fuck. So
luckily, BuzzFeed is just like banging against the side of the Jeep as we drive.
All right, so yeah, it's barreling down on you. So it is C4 dropping time if you want to.
Oh yes, I would definitely like to put it where it's supposed to go.
All right, so
do we both have one?
Yeah, you have 2 charges, so you could.
Can we overspend on rations for this athletics check?
Absolutely.
I will do so.
So, High-Vis, are you
spend a total of 4?
Are you throwing one as well, or were you just keeping one in reserve?
This is not the time for keeping things in reserve.
And it's a good thing I did.
Concerned. So yeah, I'm running that out.
Spend.
That is 10/2 on athletics.
All right.
So it goes roughly where I think
mine
it
is
should go.
12/10.
12/10. Okay. All right. So So how do you describe how you toss these out? So how does it look as Jack is spitting out the Humvee?
It looks like I'm hanging on with one hand to the the little handle up above, and leaning out and just kind of giving it a push away from the car, directly in the thing's path.
And I'm popping out of the front window, cranking back my arm like a baseball player, realizing the Blackbird is still sticking out of the window, and then waiting a moment before he goes back in, and then just dropping it.
Perfect.
It needs to be there.
All right, so yeah, you're just dropping those onto that. So
followed by,
and they come back in glitter covered.
Yeah.
Followed by the drones command, which it's independent, so whenever to kamikaze this guy once he hits the second C4. It'll take a moment to drop that low anyway.
Okay. So yeah, both of you are hitting that in turn. So before that's we'll get that reversal in a second. Both of you need to take at least 2 stun to the chest for 7 and 9, because you're breathing in some of the particulates that have not dissipated yet. So
come back in, coughing, glitter everywhere.
Is that kill or just stun?
Just stun. So yeah, it's not gonna severely hurt you. It's just really uncomfortable. So. But
the long-term damage to your lungs will come later.
Absolutely.
That's what I figured.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you both throw that. So, High-Vis and Blackberry managed to getting a good drop off on it. it's like animal, as it was called, barrels over, seems to swallow it. And Jack, was this on a timer or was this a remote detonation?
Remote.
All right, so you click it on, and it is an explosion of blight in arms. Is the only way to describe it.
I put the window up also.
So
BuzzFeed, having realized what's going on, are you turning around and taking a picture of this?
Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, it's an we've finally got proof of an aberrant guy, and then boom. So it's going to be like 5 seconds of very blurry footage, right? That's very glittery and diffracted. I do see it before it sees. So can I roll?
Can I get a recording off the drone as well?
So the drone's up very high, though, so it's not going to be.
It's coming down pretty fast right now.
Yeah. But
we'll get there.
Can I make my self-control check against the?
Absolutely, yeah. That's the first thing I was going to ask. Now that you've seen this, this is amazing. Oh shit!
I fail. So how much do you take in a fail?
Oh, so that is going to be 2 stress to that. So
okay, I take 2 stress. Do I get a will for exposing myself to that?
For that, so you're trying to make sure you're trying to get the footage on there. So I will say that's a will. But go both you and Blackbird go ahead and make luck checks to see if you actually do capture any of the footage that you're wanting.
I'm sure even the best of footage is going to be like Bigfoot style.
I'm going to go for even.
It's gonna be rare footage because nobody has quite actually encountered an aberrant inside a glittering dust storm and seen it blow up into a explosion of arms.
Yeah. Well,
so,
I mean,
no, not for me.
No, I don't manage to get any good footage either, but I certainly feel like I did when I get back in the car.
It's appropriate. No one can actually ever record an aberrant, apparently.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You bet it's likely to get that. You've thankfully have taken that there, but it is just an explosion of these arms and blight. And as you're driving,
it's still moving after the second C4.
Most of the arms that are going through, the main body's gone. You did a good job with that. But anything else for the bits in there, they're still moving on their own independently.
Okay, but they're not together anymore. They're just kind of crawling off or wiggling.
It's all over the place. So you need to make sure that it's like when you come back, you don't come back this way. So all right, but
we have some evil dead.
In that case, I won't kamikaze the drone. I'll keep it on station.
Yeah. So good job. So 2 things to see for it. Yeah, it's technically going to take care of it, but it's blight. So.
Or was it Army of the Dead that had the hand crawling about?
This is Army of the Dead, technically.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yep. All right. So, but you managed to make it over to the cabin itself. There doesn't seem to be any defenses around it other than just the sonic device repeater devices that were outside of it, because it was in a cloud with it, and rebreathers on the outside. You can get out. You're going to still take. It's like anybody else getting out of there is going to take the same 2 stun because you're still dealing with particulates, but you can get in.
I got bolt cutters and a crowbar. I'm going through that door.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think why don't the drone and the driver stay in the car with the drone and the drive and the keep, and we'll go into things. So we'll take the 2 stun as we rush in try and favor.
I will keep the drone on Overwatch with awareness, or I will space out and look off into the distance because, wow, that's a lot of dust, and watching the arms still and get a will. Your choice.
Okay. So,
I'm still keeping an eye out.
So is that sufficient to get a will, or nah, because there's nothing to see?
Yep, that's sufficient to get a will, so because you'll get it in a second, so. I will accept that.
Before we open the door, I hand the bolt cutters to BuzzFeed. I've got the crowbar. We're going to just try and get this open quickly as possible before we start filling up with glitter.
Yep. So you you run towards the door right now. You see that it's really a basic lock system. It's basically just they have made up a sealed door to make sure that nothing's getting in there, but essentially it's just a padlock on this. So that they've done, it's really cheap. So you get it open. You knock beforehand because that's there to make sure that she knows. You hear a knockback saying I'm ready. You open it, and you see a younger woman looking like her late 20s, early 30s. So with looks like a scarf over her mouth, just waving you like, go, go, go.
Yeah, we run back to the car.
Yeah. She takes her head out, breathing. Thank you. So
Glad to be of service.
she looks around. Holy shit, you guys weren't fucking around.
Only the best.
Courtesy of the DHQS and Mad Old Jack.
I hand her a note saying, anything important, do my note. Just in case. We don't know. We expect they're listening.
So
Now that the cloud's down.
Okay. So, but yeah, but we need, we need to stop them right now. We need to get to the maze because that's going to go through. So, guys, I need to prepare you for something too, just because it's not going to be good about this, but, the maze is basically an extension of how it's like they were getting around. So, and I guess you're going to see it beforehand. So, as you're driving forward, so
can I see it from the drone now?
No, actually, so you'll do that in a second. So,
Okie
So, as you're driving through, you do hear alarms that are going off. So, and it seems that they're set up right now with a little bit of an encampment that was shown, that was you discussed between the maze and this. It's like it's just playing really, really loud, very. It's like happy music instead of an actual blaring alarm. So, which is weird. And you do see that the caravan is there, and it's all colorful one. There is a very brightly colored Studebaker that looks like it has armor plating all over it, in different hard points. The bus right now has hard points where you can stick guns through, or other weapons to be able to get off there. There is a ton of bounty. That's like bounty and rations and other materials there that they have salvaged from different places too. And this is basically just their holding area. Literally, if you were to not ignore everything else and take this, you would probably be set for life in any other enclave.
The only trick is to get get our dependents out of Trabajo without them.
That is true. So as you're driving by this, that's a potential self-control check because you are seeing the literal riches of your life sitting there. So
well, this is the backup fund for the lawyers to keep DHQS off our backs once we're back in civilization and rat them out.
So, I don't think that would bother BuzzFeed at all because the truth, right? But I wonder about the scavengers among our group.
Yeah, I'll roll that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a crit fail.
A crit fail? Oh my god!
Goes to the market.
Oh, big fail here. Not crit though.
Mad Old Jack Tire, because
one more stress and you get a crack.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say Well, it won't be stress in this case because if you leave this right now, that's again a good life. So you will take 1 detachment in that. So Blackbird. So don't worry. Jack, take 3 detachment
for a failure.
Can you crit fail?
Because you crit failed. So
No, I crit
no, I didn't.
Oh, you crit failed past? Oh, I'm sorry. I think so. I'm sorry. So yeah, so 1 on there, 3 if you crit fail. So that's.
Boy.
I really feel this would probably be more of a stress, but okay.
So, but
I feel more like it would be a distraction while we're trying to do something else.
Yeah. So mainly because this is I see the detachment there, but I understand the argument too. So I would take that. But in any case, you might have to worry about that later too, because you're driving past there, and that's when you actually see the maze. And for everyone else, well, first Blackbird, you allowed the drone to crest over. And when I said that this was 1.5 miles of a property, the half of that was the cloud and the storage area. The rest,
but it's still 1 mile across.
It is basically a square mile of all casualties that have been set up as overhead as a literal maze, and at the
like a hedge maze, but chewier,
with all casualties.
But they're spaced far enough apart you could walk between them.
But that means you're walking between them, and you realize that now that the alarms are off, somebody has control of that.
Control of what? Oh, of where those guys are standing.
Who are these people?
Because on the overhead, yeah, there is a house in that center.
So it's
You
literally
know-
a square mile of casualties.
Fellas, strikes me that we got a very good solution to all of this.
Stop, pick up the stuff, go away.
Nah.
C4?
It's all sound, right? Girl, this is all sound.
Oh yeah. Could she take control of it?
If I had the right equipment, but the thing is, it was a manual switch on that too. I just it's like I never really did any digital stuff with it because I didn't want it hacked.
Y'all are misunderstanding me.
Hmm?
It's sound. Who's got whizzers? Who's got bangers? Who's got screamers? And 4th of Julyers?
So
And
you're saying
everything else.
we lay them down somewhere where we're not, and then set the puppies off.
I got remote detonators for these things. This is
When we need
my
to.
job. I
All
can
right,
make
then.
a sound show and light show and you know what show. And these casualties, they ain't gonna be stuck in this neat little formation of theirs. Not
So
with
can-
all of that going on.
To disrupt the formation, basically, so we can drive
Right up
through-
to it.
right up to it. Does that sound
Yeah.
doable with a pyrotechnics check? And
All of my fireworks.
yeah,
That's like, and she control looks for a second. That's possible, but the thing is that it's going to have to be a massive distraction to get them out of of that concentration on the signal, because that's its entire purpose is to basically make sure to keep them focused on one thing.
So you're
Might
saying that pyrotechnics alone might not be enough.
It would have to be like the most perfectly set up one to to basically take out their attention.
Guess who's been doing this for 45 years? Yeah.
I feel like a will's going to get spent to upgrade to a crit. It's weird.
So, so later, yeah, go make out your plan right now, take that out. But it's gonna have to be a crit to be able to get this.
What about that
Well,
extra big
girl,
boob that
what
you have?
about all of these C4 piles that we got hauled up on here? Could I maybe supplement my pyrotechnics a bit?
So I would say that's a demolitions roll to see if you can do that.
Wait, their vehicles are out here, and there's no one in them. Correct.
So
That we know of.
that we know of right
we
now. As
need
far as,
to add some C4 to those.
we need to.
How many more demolition checks do you want me to roll?
That's a fair
I mean,
point.
what I feel is that like the pyrotechnics roll is already going to do the thing, right? So we're just stacking rolls on top of a roll here to
Yeah, so maybe
do
not.
the pyrotechnics. So like if we want to do the demolitions and blow up the vehicles, we could blow up the vehicles just for the drone right now as we drive
That's a
off
good
with
point.
the
You know
fireworks.
what? Yep, there we go. That's
So,
the
like-
way we'll deal with that if we need to.
If Jack does the fireworks, and then we drive in as the fireworks go off, and we hope that it works, but in the meantime, Blackbird has blown up the vehicles, so they can't do it, and we don't need to keep stacking demolition rolls on top of like one another. Does that make sense?
Excellent points.
Question: do we have enough C4 to evaporate multiple armored vehicles? Like, could we really take that whole convoy out of
we'll-
commission?
Will a drone kamikaze take out sufficient of the vehicles?
So, I would say that the one that you have, if you're keeping all the munitions on it, that would, if you're doing it in
It's-
conjunction.
It's a DHQS demolition drone or whatever kamikaze
It's like
drone.
a grenade. It's not like a bunker buster, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's not immediate right now, but if you want to, I could say that would be sufficient for at least one of the vehicles. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can't have everything.
Right.
You know?
But we can reduce their firepower by taking out the big bus or whatever.
We take out the meanest looking vehicle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's only if they actually get out of the house, and
Yeah.
if we actually survive long
See,
enough to do
If
that.
I could fail on this, it's going to be very interesting.
Yes. Yeah. And then the fireworks.
There's another word for it.
But anyway, I'll roll the pyrotechnics then. If I don't need to roll demolitions to add to that, I won't. But
So yeah, if you're not adding anything to the C4 with it and just trying to basically create the brightest, basically trying to create the Boston, every one went off.
I'm
at
timing
once.
it so that it doesn't go all off at once. It goes off in waves that kind of disrupt and draw to them, so that there's always a bang going on or a scream going on, and it's close enough to the formation that it's going to draw the formation towards where they're going off.
So the next scenes are all going to be by firework light, basically. Like
Firework is going to go off in the
around,
background.
So is this
while
a
we're driving
montage of
into a
setting this
massive
up?
sea of casualties.
Yeah.
So I'll just roll the pyrotechnics then.
Okay, so
Oh, well, that's 11 over 3. I'll just upgrade that to a crit. What don't I?
There we go.
Mm-hmm. So with that critical success and working with control, because she has the knowledge of the acoustics that have been that you've been working with the each of these, you have a rough estimate, rough understanding of what may disrupt the sounds coming from the main generator. So, as far as you know, this is gonna work.
I'm laying in a program for the drone to get the best visual on the fireworks and the parting of the casualties.
Yes.
Okay.
Successfully this time. So
Okay.
it will get
You
some
want
footage.
that video. You want that.
We
bragging
really
rights.
want that
Really
video.
want the video. Okay. All right. So you have that. So you know that's going to be set up. BuzzFeed, High-Vis, what are you doing to prep? So what are you...
Holding on for dear life, I think, frankly.
Okay.
Hoping that Ivis has got his pistol ready, or his shotgun even.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
maybe silence is no longer much of a concern.
I just want to say this is a plan worthy of the name Mad Old Jack.
It really is.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting our money's worth.
I know. I think that's great on there. All right, but yeah, you all have the weapons you can go through. So, and because of the drone, you have at least a good point of ingress, as far as you can tell. So that may step. That's like when they separate, that'll bring you straight into where you think that you can get to the house. So,
Drone's just doing video of the footage of the fireworks thing happening and working.
So I know it's video, but where you see right now, you see basically where you can get in. So, like I said, that's what I just the description. So,
Okay.
All right. So immediately it goes through. Jack, I will actually say that you can choose this. Maybe along with BuzzFeed. Is there a particular song you want to go off while this is playing? So over those loudspeakers.
Soundtrack from what was it? The Ten Commandments from the parting of the ocean.
I guess so.
Killing in the name of.
Killing in
That's
the
probably
name of.
better.
Yeah.
Killing in the- I'll do that. So we have Rage Against the Machine on there. So it goes off. And amazingly enough, it is very much, for lack of a better example, too. From Land of the Dead, when you see all the other zombies starting to look up at the particular fireworks from their shuffling, you do get that, and because of the flashes, they start moving into particular areas. Takes about maybe 30 seconds, but you finally have a wide enough area to start pushing the Humvee through. So, you do hear more panicked music coming over the loudspeaker from the house. So,
sorry, they can't hear you.
All right. So, if you're going to punch it through to make sure that you can get there, so Jack, go ahead and give me a drive check.
And I'll flip that as well. So it becomes 11 over 3.
Okay. So you're not going to lose control during this, but because you're still going through and there's a chance of taking casualties out, everybody can roll attacks from the car or from the drone, if you have access to that, to basically mitigate that on the way to the house. So
I'm not following.
I did get
so
a
basically, you still have casualties that might be around or might run over.
We're driving through a big mob of casualties. Some of them will come close enough to slam
even
into
with
the
a
vehicle.
success on the drive check.
Yeah, because it's a mob, but it's a horde of them, right?
So that makes sure that there's
All right, I'll take some shots. I have a fully upgraded pistol, so automatic.
Yep, go ahead.
And also dead eyes.
Okay, yep. Go ahead, make your attack rolls. You can shoot from the car. So
That is a 12 over 3.
all right, so yep, you take there. So no damage on your side. High vis.
Meanwhile, I just shot a cactus or something with my shotgun. That was a miss.
Just blood there. All right, and BuzzFeed.
Well, I guess as Hivis misses one, right, and it lunges up at him, BuzzFeed is going to like kick out at it from the vehicle and try and dislodge it from Hivis's end of Hivis's shotgun.
Okay.
Nice.
So you're trying to say that so that grabs on there. So go ahead.
Unarmed check or
Yeah,
resistance? Or unarmed check.
Resist. Yeah, an arm check to basically kick it off. Since
that is a crit hit success.
all right, so very good. So and because
I kick it down and it rolls underneath the wheels of the car.
you managed to get it,
And
so
you get the footage.
Yes, yeah.
So that looks very epic on there. So good job. Yeah, the only thing that you have is an issue is that when you're going through, because Hive unfortunately missed and a cactus flew out off to the side. You have one casualty who gets up onto the roof, onto the hood of the car, and is just skidding around on there. So somebody can go ahead and either try to take a shot, or Jack, you can try to dislodge it briefly with another drive move or something else.
I turn on the windshield wipers.
Okay.
Hiviz, do you want to try again?
Yeah, if I just shoot it through the windscreen.
Bulletproof.
You're in the front wind seat, so you can lean back out again and boom.
Yeah, I just want to give it a reach
BuzzFeed,
around.
hold my jacket.
Yeah. I grab onto the back of his basilisk armor as he goes.
That's good. So, all right, take a shot.
Okay, that's 10 over 8. Pow!
All
There
right,
you
so
go.
yeah, you made up for it. You blew it off. Unfortunately, that force of it did cause the windshield wipers to break off, but you won't need those, will you?
A red light just starts flashing on the dashboard. Right.
Okay. All right, but yeah, you managed to get through. There's only one damage that came to the Humvee, but all in all, that's really good. You skid into it, and you see that it is a 2-story kind of farmhouse that's just out here in the middle of nowhere. They have the speakers set up everywhere else, and it's like about that moment, you hear gunshots starting to ring out. So...
Good thing we're in an armored car.
Yeah.
So is there an
just
obvious point of entry for a kamikaze drone to take one of them out? Any like machine guns sticking out the side of the building or something like that?
No machine guns right now.
Good.
They are basically
Right now, it's not a thing I wanted to hear, but okay.
Yeah, so as far as you can tell, but you can make an awareness check with the drone right now to see if you can get anything.
That is because it's adding 6, 8 over 4.
8 over 4. Okay. Yeah, you can actually. You don't see where you're basically seeing is that the second story of the building. They are windows that are more just bedrooms that they're sticking rifles out from. They don't seem to be pretty heavily armed for the most part.
They do or do not?
They do not seem to be heavily armed. So,
all right. Can I take out 2 of them with one shot?
Yeah, you can go ahead and try if you are just going to drive it right in.
See, it's got some charges. I can spend charges for a boost, right? So I'll spend 3 extra charges.
Okay.
Leaving it 1, i.e. still intact.
Okay.
It's his last mission. That didn't need to do that, but that is a 15 over 8.
15 over 8. So, all right, yeah, you send it in. You're hearing this rough voice saying, "We're never going down. We're never going out. We're
never going."
That's like, and another female voice saying, "Yeah, man. That's like we control them now. We are free." And it's about that time where you,
boom.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that? Boom.
Yeah.
And you see 2 people that are now burning on fire ejected from that into the casualties that are just completely and utterly confused. So with that, Control says, it's still in the building. Like I said,
right.
we need to either take it or destroy it now.
Yep.
All right, time to breach and clear.
Okay.
Can Jack drive the car through the doors or something? Like it's a farmhouse, right? Like, or
Yeah, you can, but structural integrity is probably not going to hold up pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to have to get out of the car sooner or later.
Who's
No,
got
no, I
the basilisk armor?
no, I'm
Who's
just
got
saying
the basilisk armor?
what's our cool
go!
entry is what I'm saying. So it's sliding up in front of the farmhouse rather than crashing through some doors and leaping out.
Okay, yeah,
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
doable. So yeah, that's not an issue. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we get out of the car. I'm just trying to picture the shoot. Yeah, as that explosion goes off, let's leg it out. High vis.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're covering me.
Oh, yeah, I've got pistol in one hand, crowbar in the other. I'm ready for anything.
Can I get a will point for not to be outdone so that I hop out of the car with them?
absolutely.
Yes!
So in that case, you're running out front, so you do get that will point. Like I said, you have basically 2 high-tech soldier armors and then old man
And then
McGucket
this old
running
guy
forward.
with a suitcase filled of live munitions.
Are we
Yeah.
leaving our now droneless drone pilot all by himself?
Oh no,
I
uh,
launched my other
controls
drone.
mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I didn't.
Yeah,
so
controls
you,
them.
you haven't attacked.
I had my
their
own.
convoy yet.
That was the DHQS one. Mine
Mhm.
doesn't blow up so much,
Yeah.
hopefully.
So yeah, you both get out in there. You're flanking on the doors, but Jack is just going through right in, and
We
So-
both slam into cover behind the doors, and then Jack
Basically,
goes,
I've got awareness to see if there's a problem that happens around us.
yes, I understand too. So you'll
Okay.
be taking that in a second. So, but
Honey,
Jack,
I'm home!
as a giant fist comes flying out at you,
I thought we got the aberrant.
I think I'm going to dodge that.
you got the aberrant. You didn't get the other latent.
Eh.
So, like, this is just one hand on that. So, but yeah, you kind of went in there, so you're gonna take it on. You're gonna take damage, unfortunately. So,
Well, I mean, he's going to dodge.
so
If I can't dodge, I can't dodge. I mean,
yeah, you can't dodge because it was taking the will point for going in without thinking about
well,
it. So,
usually it places
okay.
you at risk, but
Yeah.
I didn't expect to get auto-dealt damage by a latent to my face, which is
Yeah.
bad. But oh well.
Does anyone ever expect that?
oof.
Yes.
Oh man. All right. So go ahead and take. Let's see. Man, I'm sorry. So, 5 damage, location 9.
I mean, a broken nose is... No,
Yeah.
actually, that doesn't even break my nose. That's 9. That's body, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slams
Sorry,
you in the
take stun
Is
onto
it
that too. So it is
stun?
just there, but it is And about that, you see a really large latent with what looks like a broken down kind of fedora, dark glasses, and really like upper chin right now. He's just kind of sitting there silently regarding you as the house and the top level is burning above you because of the crash.
I mean, given that Jack is, in close combat with this guy,
Okay.
I think I just go running up and try and return the favor, basically.
Yeah, we're flanking the door right now. This means we're
Yeah.
flanking this guy.
Yeah,
Yep.
and High Vis has probably got his shotgun right, but there's no shot because
Oh,
that'd be a
I've
precise
got-
shot into
got a
combat.
crowbar.
Should we
Okay.
perhaps
Got a
be
crowbar.
rolling
Yeah, we
initiative
jumped
or
in.
something?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Hi,
go ahead
do
and
we
go
roll
for
initiative?
So
What do we do for initiative again?
that is sorry. Well, that I believe is
You
yours.
make a normal roll, and then
Yeah.
Aaron can pick any of the red
Mhm.
dice for him.
Yeah,
There's no crit success on this, right?
right,
Or
right.
failure.
You take your black, you add your speed.
that's yeah. Black
I
and
have
speed.
5 on initiative, and my
Okay.
red is 4.
4. Yep. So all right, 5. And what you got, Buzz?
I got 6 on initiative, and red is 4 as well.
Okay, and
Fortunately,
Nice.
there's no crit fails either. I
Two
get
6s.
2. Oh,
A 6 and a 6.
nice. So
well. I have a 11 and give you a 9. So
Okay.
roll 2 9s.
all right,
Good time for it.
that point. So all right then. So hi Viz. So what's the shot you're taking?
I'm going to see if I can knock this guy's legs out from under him with the crowbar while he is distracted, hopefully by BuzzFeed's Neat Martial Arts.
I'm also going to remind you that he is a latent too. So we're going to have some fun.
Yeah,
so,
once I've recovered myself, I may retreat slightly. But
okay. So
But that's why you're using a crowbar, not your fist.
So with that, all right. So you're just trying to basically knock him prone to make sure that he's...
basically.
Okay.
That is 9/4 with a melee attack.
Okay, yeah, so you got him. So he looks like you managed to go ahead and put him down, so he'll be at a disadvantage for trying to get up with everybody else. All right, so that was 6 right now. So, Buzz, I believe you had the next highest?
I had a 6.
6
Blackbird had an 11, didn't he?
11, you had 11? Okay, so,
Yeah.
All right, Blackbird, go ahead. What are you doing?
I mean, I just launched the drone. I'm keeping an eye out. Is there anything coming?
Okay, go ahead and make an awareness check.
Okay. With the drone?
Mm-hmm.
Because also could be looking inside because, hey, Ubix specs.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 9 under 10. I'm going to use that 1 will I got.
Okay.
So, yes, I make it.
All right. So that'll be basically as a quick action. If you're using the Ubix specs, you managed to go ahead. What additions do you have on your drone, by the way?
Everything except for cargo and kamikaze.
Okay.
So it's got the whisper, it's got the light, it's got the +3 suite for observation.
Observation. Okay, so through the fire, you actually do see. You're looking up it on the second level.
Mhm.
You actually do see through where the other one kamikaze that there appears to be some sort of device that's further in the back too. It looks like it was actually placed in more of a solid structure of a cage, for lack of a better term, to basically, and it has not taken any damage. So,
All right.
if you want to
I
show
also
that,
have what do you call it? What is it called? GhoulNet on the Ubix, so I am broadcasting what I see from the drone as well, and letting them know what I spotted.
okay, yeah,
Or I guess to BuzzFeed because he's the only one with Ubix, but still.
Yep. But Control, since you're probably sitting with her while you're piloting this too, lets you know that's it.
Okay, I tell them that's it. I highlight it. Click.
All right.
And I'm busily trying to take on this latent with all 3 of my friends.
Yeah, you don't really want pop-ups on your glasses.
It's
But we'll notice afterwards.
Yeah. So this is gonna be there. So we'll go over to BuzzFeed. So what are you doing? So
Hold him steady. I can try and headshot him.
I am gonna hit him in the face. I think, which would I guess be a called shot, right?
you can do basically a called shot. So on him.
Well, yeah.
But
if you do that, you go last.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Oh,
so
that's
if I just
correct.
punch him. If I just
So
punch
if
him,
you want to go call
Just
shot.
punch him is a better plan.
Yeah, I'll just punch him.
Okay.
Oh, you're dealing kill damage.
I
with
burn a ration and I spend 5 rations. And I do kill damage.
Kill damage. Okay.
And it's a good job I spent those 5 rations, because otherwise it would be a tie.
Okay.
So that is what would that be? That'd be 6/3. No, that'd be 8/3.
8/3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 8 to the 3 unless we're
damage.
rolling damage.
Yep. So that leads to his leg. So you just kind of in there. So good job on that killing. He is mad.
Can I say that it's a knee block, kind of like a leg lock?
Yeah,
kind
absolutely
of thing, But
I thought we were rolling damage.
Oh, are we rolling damage separately or just taking the...
Oh, sorry, location. I mean,
Yeah, we're location. So basically, the roll of that too determines the damage.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Good.
Yeah, that's how we're doing it. So yeah,
Faster,
they're not
yep.
rolling. You're not rolling extra damage. So, all right. And Jack, what are you doing?
If I graded that with a will, what would have happened?
So then that would have
double damage.
So for that, I believe it's double damage on there too.
Okay,
So
I'll
that
spend
would
a will. I basically break his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have to do that too, but so his leg is down there, but he is also bleeding very blighted blood. So you need to take a self-control check.
No, he's a latent.
Blaze, you're late. Oh, yeah, I forgot you're latent.
Yeah,
Sorry, I forgot.
I'm latent.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. So, all right.
No worries. Everybody else.
Actually, I take that back though. High-vis needs to take one because you're right in the middle of that. So go ahead and do that. So
I'm willing to roll a self-control check for fucking this guy up so badly, frankly.
That's 7/3. Heat of the moment.
okay, good. So you're fine in the
what
right
about
now.
Mad Old Jack?
So 1 second, we'll get BuzzFeeds.
Well, I apparently it was kill or be killed, and
Okay, cool.
So
All right,
I do
and
fine.
so Jack, you. That's like I'm not gonna worry about you for a second. So what are you doing?
Curling over, coughing. I mean, I did get punched in the stomach or chest.
You did.
But I can probably do something, so I will
Mhm.
try to do something. I have a silenced hand pistol. Ugh. Shooting into melee is a good idea, isn't it? Well, actually, what did Blackbird tell us? Because I wasn't.
I told you. You get the heads up. There's where the gadget is.
I yell out that with one arm as I then crack that leg, right? And then the blood sprays everywhere.
Maybe we should just leave this to BuzzFeed, Pat, of the Hivers. Tyler will stumble off in that direction then.
Okay, so there is
There's a bit of fire.
Yeah, there's a fire, and there's also debris because of going upstairs because of the other crash. So if you want to make up there unimpeded, you'll need to make an athletics check.
Sure. I'll spend 5 rations. And it's a good thing I did, because that's 8 over 6.
All right, so yeah, you skip right over the steps. It's not that big of a deal, and you do come to the main device itself. It actually is a dismembered donkey that has the main production device on top of it, surrounded by a cage, and it is not locked because it seems to be there just for defensive purposes and not trying to keep it away from everybody. So if you're wanting to next round, if you want to rig it to blow, you absolutely can. So,
well, can he take it with?
That's going to be up to you. So, but we're still in a fight with a latent right now. So let's go ahead and round the bend right now. So, it's like Hivis, what are you doing? So,
let me see. I'm going to back off to a safe distance and see if I can try and shoot this guy in the head. So I'm going to move myself to the end of the round.
Okay, so you do have to get a call shot on him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to warn BuzzFeed that I'm planning to do this and see if there's going to be...
Fair enough, so... Trying to take care of it, so good enough. All right. Well, do that. Blackbird, what do you do?
Again, I'm looking around to see if the casualties are remaining distracted.
So that will require any roll too. So you've remained awareness. So as far as right now, they seem to be distracted. Is
there anyone else moving? Did we miss one of them? Because I thought there were 4. We got one already.
So you got technically you got 2. So
2 are down. 1 is punching me.
No, I meant animal. So
animal.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Animals in pieces back at the cloud.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There are 4 of them, right?
5.
Oh, there's 5 of them. So where's the 4? Where's the last one?
About to shoot.
Or was that part of animal?
So okay. So no, you're absolutely right too, and I'm just gonna go in with that mistake too. You get an awareness check, and you notice that off to the side there was another corpse you didn't see too, which was Floyd. So
Floyd didn't make it, huh?
Nope, he didn't. So. And he's kind of being eaten right now, so you don't worry about a thing. So
nope. I'll just keep watch.
Yep.
Let me know if I need to do anything, guys.
Okay. So I will say, yeah. So we'll have you kind of worry about him. We're check in a second. So BuzzFeed, are you trying to get out of the way too?
Yeah, I'm going to try and kick him away from me.
Try to kick him away. So with that, all right.
Yeah.
Then that's going to be an unarmed check to see if you can push him. So.
I will, so that'll be 1 ration off this thing, and I'll spend 2 rations. Which is a 3, 5. A 5 over 2.
Okay, so yeah, that's
so to the other leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
is that sweep his other leg, sweep the leg, Johnny, and then jump away.
So you kick him in the other leg, but we're not really most of the damage too, because you're trying. It was more for a force that you're trying to get him away. So, but you do succeed in that.
I know what it was. Like a judo trip, as he stumbles towards me. I just put around him and then just push him past me, and so he's straight up towards Hivis' shotgun.
Yeah. That's good. All right. So last but not least, Hivis. So if you think you take a shot, take it.
Yeah, cold shot means I don't add anything, right? Just take this 1 shot. Okay.
Well, I mean, you had your shoot.
Yeah.
And if you had Ubix specs and Dead Eyes, you could add that too. Well, then, that's it.
We'll see if all of my no hours of marksmanship practice pay off. They do. That's a 5 over 1.
Nice. So in that last wonderful moment, you feel that you have, that's like taking aim. You see this is going to be your one shining moment to protect your friends. Take aim, and Zoot goes away, unfortunately. So, but that means that he is not living his life as a vector. So, good job. So,
take a deep breath, slump slightly, look over at BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed has probably got like all of Zoot's like head sprayed across his face. Like,
so I say you good, and you look back at me like
you're riding on the
Cage
roof.
in Mandy.
So, is what's happening.
Just two eyes glowing out of a face of blood.
Yeah. But yeah, you hear yells up from Jack upstairs, and like, we got gold. So,
No, that's not quite what's happening.
all
I'm
right.
afraid.
Well, what are you doing?
What's
So, are you?
happening is, first of all, I'm taking a foresight check. What's happening if I'm, well, if I destroy or yank this thing, will this entire music festival come to an end?
Yes, the sounds will go off. It'll probably take about a minute for most of the casualties to fully, feel its effects, mainly because that the repeaters are going off, so won't be a full cutoff at once. But that means that you need to get out of there incredibly quickly if you hope to do so.
Excellent. So, since I'm the only one up there and have jumped over the fires, I will plant a stick of C4 remote detonation on it. And demolition for that? Or
Okay. Yep, go ahead and make your roll.
and I'll flip that. So that works. And then I'll yank out the hard drive with the mechanics.
Okay, go ahead and make that roll. So,
do I spend my last will on this? Actually, yes, I think I will. So I flip that. So it's 11 over 3.
okay. Yeah, you managed to go ahead and pull the main hard drive out without damaging it, thankfully. So if you're trying to replicate this at some point, control can actually work off of that. So, but you now have the data. So, and you were set up to be able to get out. There is still a corridor, but it is kind of starting to close up a little bit as the fireworks display is ending.
Yep. And I need to get back into the car and just like
Yes.
Athletics to run, I suppose.
So, yeah, as of right now, you're basically all in the house right now, so I won't even count that as. So you can get there, and
I mean, if Highwiz and BuzzFeed wants to, get up to me while I'm busy slapping on C4 and extracting the hard drive, they could, but then they have to leap over fire, right?
Well, what I was thinking is that behind the flames, BuzzFeed comes up and Highwiz come up, right, and the flames blow back as Jack turns around with this mad grin on his face and a pocket suspiciously bulging, and he's like, "Hee, it's gonna blow! Let's go!" And it's like
in the backpack, so there wouldn't be a
yeah. Well, you
pocket
know what I mean.
suspiciously
I'm
bulging.
not saying that we know. I'm just saying that it's time to go, and I catch the technology in this place that I'm gonna soon watch blowing up, right? So that would be proof of destroying it, as far as I'm aware. And I'm happy with
go.
That. Yeah.
okay.
So yeah.
So is everybody getting into the car, or in this case, BuzzFeed getting on top of it? So,
Yes.
Yeah, he's a little moist, isn't he?
yeah.
I am going to kick open the boot, the trunk, and throw out that last bit of C4, and just like sit in the back and like crawl into the
probably
trunk.
a good idea.
Not C4.
Don't touch anybody. Don't smell anything. All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, everybody's back in. Jack.
So yeah, I'll tell the other. I got a rig to blow, but do I have to roll athletics to get back over the flames, or can I jump out the window?
So unless you're wanting to defenestrate, because things are on fire, but like I said, if you're being careful, you can get back down. So this is up to you how dramatic you want this to be. So
I'm gonna do the safe way. I'm a 70-year-old man. I have been living really hard the last 2 hours.
So pretty much about that. So yep, we can do that. So yeah, you get down there. So this is one more drive check to get through the it's like the ever closing mass of casualties.
Excellent. I'm gonna bump into what's her name now again?
Control.
Control.
And just kind of shove the hard drive into her hand, wink at her, and Essentially, during the process, just tell everyone else, "Yeah, I got it rigged to blow. It'll be out of the world now." Especially BuzzFeed, who's recording everything.
And like the trunk of the car is like, as I film the farmhouse as we drive away from it, and then doot.
Yep.
And out. So.
But Mad Old Jack Tire is giving it to the underdog. So he's handing over the tech to Control, even though he knows that's gonna fuck over everyone else and maybe even him.
It may or may not.
May or may not.
Well, we'll talk about the other in a second too. So let's see how well you get out first. So one more.
But do I get a will for handing the control over the hard drive to Control?
Yeah, because he's effectively screwed the DHQS right here, right? So
that is true for underdogs. Maybe. So I will accept that. So you do get a will for underdogs. So.
And I didn't need it because it's 8/4 as we drive away from the explosion.
Very good. So yeah, you've managed to get out of this. The horde of casualties starts moving behind you in varying ways. Some of them do follow, but you're putting pedal to the metal so you can get out. So about a leg in, because everybody is exhausted, that's like sit down and tie up for a second to contemplate your choices. So you have rescue Control. Some of you are aware that Control has access to her data and the main tech for the repeaters.
The others can roll awareness to see if I did that passover. I can roll stealth to try to have hidden that.
I don't care.
Yeah, don't feel like I have any reason to be suspicious of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I do suggest is that you guys take off that armor, which needs to be cleaned anyway, and we go over here to have a nice cookout because we got some time.
Yeah.
Have some
so this is
away from the microphones.
I'm sanitizing all my armor as well. And
so this is what you. So the last thing about this is deciding what you're going to do with it. Are you keeping to deal with F, or are you? Are you going to help Moth Control with the moths, or are you taking a third option?
I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, can we be far enough away from all the DHQS mics we know about to have this discussion without having to worry about it?
Yes. So.
Two, was all that bounty and stuff still there, just surrounded by a sea of casualties?
Well, it's probably so, yeah. So now there's something in the middle of a horde of casualties that's probably not moving around for a while.
Well, I mean, the casualties already got drawn off following us, so should thin out in a few weeks.
For tomorrow.
Just saying.
Yeah. But I'm just going to help Control. Like, spread the story, get the real truth, blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously, that screws over the deal with the DHQS to some extent, but we do have footage that could be tailored to make it look like it was all. So I don't want to leave the recession. And I very clearly said that I would not tell the truth once I crossed over the border. So I'm not going to cross over the border, so I can tell the truth.
Okay. And Control says that she would do as much as she can to, if you're assisting her, to see that you could have a place near or around Ubik City. So that would be a better upgrade than where you were prior.
Well, wherever the story is, love. Wherever the story is.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not getting paid?
Well, you're welcome to try your luck, Hivez. Say we died.
So, again, Control is this is the option that you can have. So, Control can offer you resources within the moths, which means that you would have access to more stable settings, more stable accommodations within Ubik City, and it is still in the loss.
Well, but I'm wondering. I don't want to. I don't see this as the end for my character. So I wouldn't take the retirement plan. But if someone did wish to take the retirement plan, then is there a way of us spinning the footage and the things to at least you did a good enough job to get over the border and get into free parking, but then all that promised support falls through when Agent F is shot in the back of the head for the story that comes out across whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like a compromise between the two things that doesn't, because I want to stay.
You know what? I'll settle for a paycheck from him, and I'll deal with whether I'm going to go across the border or not.
Yeah, I'd kind of like that too. And right now we have an alive non-prisoner and some footage of what is possibly what he wanted destroyed being destroyed.
Yeah.
I just want to make my employer happy.
I mean, there's no reason we can't splice in footage of her dying in the explosion, and one of the explosions are being torn apart by the multi-armed thing, or casualties or something.
I think if they were that easy to fool, they wouldn't be the bosses right now.
That's fair. Checking the skies for DHQS other surveillance.
I think we're fine for. But if she just disappears, like we promised her, right? And we just lie, and we don't. We didn't have video evidence of that because she was killed by the aberrant.
Yep.
All I'm asking for is that she and you keep this on the down low for maybe a few years. I figure poor Salpeter don't have too much time left, and after that, well, who the fuck gives a hoot?
And Control lets you know that if you let her go with the tech, because they again are developing this, but they know that the prototype works fully, and especially in such an extreme situation because of the machinations of the Electric Mayhem. It'll be a couple of years before they basically have a group to come out and basically start taking back parts of the loss. So you'll have plenty of time. This is not an immediate situation where next month you're going to have this everywhere.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the story we're going to do. Who's going back over that? So I mean, it sounds like we're going to get back there. BuzzFeed is going to pretend to have died along the way. Go off with Control.
Okay.
And thingy.
Don't you have a dependent back there?
I'm only lying.
What?
I'm lying. He's not going to stick around Trabajo.
Well, I understand that, but don't you have a dependent back there?
Yes, but she wants
DHQS, I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, she's a savvy reporter. She knows.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been in the business.
That's not how dependents work.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a situation that ends up with us all getting what we want here. I think by failing essentially to do the job as promised, I don't think some of us can show up and be like, yeah, some of my group died, and also the prisoner also mysteriously died, but we'd like to get paid now, please.
So is it?
So we absolutely could do that. If anyone has deception.
Yeah. So so you have deception here, and you have that. So what I will allow is that you can make those rolls to see if you have something it's sufficiently good enough to pass muster if you're winning this plan. And this is just one roll. If it doesn't, then there are consequences. So
look, just let me talk to him. Just let me deal with it. BuzzFeed died? Fine. I'll talk down the DHQS government man.
Yep. That works for me.
Okay.
We're all going to go to torture jail, aren't we?
No, it'll be fine.
Yes. I mean,
maybe you need to not be in the room, though.
Yeah. The thing I'm doing with my dependents is hightailing it out of Trabajo, back on the road somewhere else.
If he joins the Moths, they can protect his dependent. If he doesn't, well, he has to protect his own dependent.
Yeah.
All right. So are we all agreed with this last deception roll then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if these guys get the reward that they want.
I mean, Hive isn't too happy about the potential loss of his payday, but he's been backed into a corner. So yeah, try and lie to the boss, see if it works.
Okay.
At least you're not taking self-control checks for stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was, that might be an issue.
I mean, the alternative is you put 2 bullets in the back of this woman's head.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, so I'm glad you said it.
Or you take it to him. Yeah, or you take it to him.
You sell her into slavery. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
Faking her death, I'm totally fine with.
Okay, so everybody else is at least separated off of there. So, or they've got the ways. Jack, you meet with F. You are there. So make your what is your story? Tell me it, and I will let you know, and then make your roll. So
first of all, we ran into this guy dying with his dog, and he just goes through every leg and every decision in like this exaggerated. And then we ran across a minefield. Wouldn't you know that? I said we should just throw fireworks at it and drive all over. And F is just like, what happened?
Okay.
Just outside, just chain smoking that weed he gave to that guy. Just please make it stop.
Anyway, we got into this cloud of dust, and we've come up with this whole sword of Damocles plan. Going into that, and then we ran into the aberrant. We blew that one up. Thanks for the C4, by the way. No details on what the aberrant was. Just complete blank. Like, wait, what?
Mm-hmm. So all right.
And then they had used this kind of the techie thing to do something real weird with a you wouldn't believe it, and detailing like the possibilities of this technology. All of the they could put them in a maze. They could control the maze. Anyways, I set up a pyrotechnics display. You basically just ruined all of that. I'm exaggerating that part. I'm saying the entire flock came apart, and that was all it took to ruin the tech, to ruin the
I mean,
the
it sort of did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it took a lot more work and specific knowledge with the help of Control.
Sure.
I haven't mentioned Control at all. Like, did we find her? Maybe not. Like, he hasn't said anything about her because
actually, that's
the
correct story. It's like we tell them about the aberrant, and then you describe what happened at the house, and it's like, well, we blew up the tech. She was nowhere around.
I saw the tech in there. I leapt over the flames and threw it in. Meanwhile, BuzzFeed was getting his head torn off by the other latent. Bit of a shame that. Really should have brought his back when I think about it. That was a lot of recorded stuff that would have been good to prove this all to you.
All right, so this
but you know, anyway, when I blew up the tech, all of the casualties started acting normal again. So we just had to hightail it out of there.
All right, so he takes a really big draw of a cigarette. Go ahead and make your last deception roll.
And I'll flip that for an 9 over 2. That is the most will I've ever had in a game.
Yep.
No critical fail is the right answer.
Puts out the cigarette. It's a story.
Well, it's a true one.
I'm sure parts of it are true. But at the end of the day, this bullshit's off my plate. That's enough of an excuse that I can give the people above me that they'll get off my ass. And you can go live your lives now. So he pushes forward everything for anybody, those who are there with their, that's like particular bounty accounts, new IDs with new names. So passports into, that's like the recession. Congratulations to be coming back to DA. It's like through reality. Stay out of my way, I'll stay out of yours.
And it's a big pile of money. Joel's worthy.
So Joel's worthy. So
fantastic.
It's like you. Thankfully, it's like we'll be living pretty comfortably for the rest of whatever your existence is. So in this case, you could basically put yourself in there. So, but now it's like, but you are also living under the concern that this possibly could pop at any given moment.
All right, but we've got the money. I transferred to a different crypto account that they don't have track of.
So, well, that's up to you, and hopefully they don't track that in any case. So, but now
then I moved to Ubik City with my spouse because it's less likely for a DHQS erasure squad to show up there.
So, well, be surprised, but that's a story for another day. Mm-hmm. So, that completes moving right along. So, questions, comments, suggestions?
I like the technology, the drone kiting thing, and the. I mean, I like the fact, there's just no way with a slightly idealistic group of PCs that you will hand them over to the DHQS, of course. But they offer the world.
I was 100% up for that if you guys were.
Yeah, but like,
and that's what I actually kind of set up with. I stole a little bit from Ross in that because I know we joke about when he plays games right now, he has to preview with the impossible choice. And yeah, the thing about it is I wanted to present everybody with the opportunity to equally screw over the Moths, DHQS, their partners, or any combination because of what was going on. Mm-hmm. And the tech right now is actually something I introduced a couple of games ago when we did the Patreon, basically as a little bit of a throwaway. I realized, unfortunately, how powerful that was, and had an idea for it. And part of it was trying to help get interesting ways because, and I wanted to make it a little more ridiculous than I normally did, which is why I brought in the electric mayhem. If anybody here remembers the original origins for red markets, Bill made a joke about trying to create a taker group called the Electric Mayhem, and then that also went back to Fraggle Rocking ages ago. So this was a little more goofy and on the end, but I wanted to create up a couple of little interesting challenges, and the maze of casualties is something that I always wanted to think of. But you came a very creative way to get through it.
This was very fun, and I do love the concept of the maze, because if we didn't have Mad Old Jack with his wild pyrotechnics knowledge,
would we have had to very carefully walk through it, or else try and ram through them with a vehicle and get tangled up?
Or when you're going through with it, if you are not being careful enough, it would start moving and modifying on you. So they would be able to use the repeaters from the device to basically change the structure of the mage. So
if we got a hold of the repeaters tech and took control of those, then we could change the shape of the base.
That's a possibility, yeah. So that's always in that. So, but it's it's a strategy that might have multiple different threats or solutions to it.
And we still had at least one or two references amongst us.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or we could have kamikaze droned the
kamikaze drone is not that big a boom,
and then the problem would have solved itself. No, not the entire house, but the control.
The gadget.
Unit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as part of the story, and as part of the story too, the reason Control was captured was that after the events of the game that took place over at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, she was trying to get away. F sent out a taker group to try to capture her and bring her in, which was the Electric Mayhem, and they saw what she was using and decided we need this for ourselves. So, and then abandoned him. So.
He was probably very happy to see that the Electric Mayhem have all died as well, right?
Yep,
so it was you know what? That's good enough for me. Tracks have been covered, basically.
And that's what he really wanted, actually, in hindsight, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And that's also a negative thing for the week. The reason why they were so widespread is basically they were using, at first, just the casualties as cover, and then because Control was there, they figured out the dust thing, which is what they were starting to implement. So
you mean she figured out the dust thing, right?
Yeah, she did too. So this was had they continued on, this would have been a casualty dust storm that moved from place to place. So, yeah.
All right, that was great.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm glad to. So, Patsy, any particular thing you're funny at?
Oh, well, it was interesting to play a sort of end game session with a very start of campaign type of character.
Also fair.
Yeah, my guy really lucked out being in this with these people in this situation.
I'm glad to. And sorry, that's something I wanted to play with. It that literally you accidentally skipped to the end level. You get a Joel's automatically. How bad is this gonna be? So
yeah, no. And I think
you could have made it a little bit worse in some instances.
Matt
Jack could have rolled an infection check when he got punched by the latent, and yeah.
Yeah, if this was a Joel's, there would have been more bad.
Yeah, I think part of the reason I haven't been able to persuade my group into playing red markets is because they know that if I'm running a horror game with them, I will make it unpleasant for them. So you're a more merciful market than I am.
I do know that that's kind of one of my failings, and others as
it's not a failing. It's a question of tone. If I'm running the DHQS, they will send you to torture jail if you mess them up.
Oh yeah. And in this case. My after is that eventually there might be a bullet waiting for you. So
exactly why Blackbird's not taking all of the deal, just the money.
Jack has no need to move back over the wall. Besides, he's already lost, so they know he was dead already. They can make up a different identity for him, but it's Mad Old Jack Tyre. He's such a character that he would be instantly recognizable on the streets if he went back to the recession, and people would be like,
but
you are in the loss.
Well, with that money, though, you could bring in a vet.
Yeah, he's gonna get chemotherapy for salpeter.
Like for me, like I've played with a lot of people who are like, well, my character would just want to sort of stay in the loss, and because it's like nice out here. That's a different sort of character death. That's a sign that your character has gone insane.
Yeah, so that could be into it.
There's that's actually out of fear, which is consistent with all the failed self-control checks. Don't trust any of them.
That's true. Joining the moths and going to a big city is like the closest thing to a happy ending you can get without getting into the recession.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So no, that brings work. So, but no, like the guys, thank you everybody so much. Everybody was great with your characters, and I absolutely loved being able to run for you. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. For everybody else who is watching this on YouTube or listening in right now, thank you so much. If you're interested in doing these games, you can join our Patreon, which at the $10 level, you can join all of these lovely people at some point in time to be able to play through the games as well. And again, so again, special thanks to Scribbly, Blaze, and Dan for this, and again, very, very special thank you to Patsy for joining in. So I'm very happy that you got to play. So especially
maybe I'll raise my Patreon donation and actually do this again sometime.
You provide us art, man. So
I guess Ross pays me, so it'd be weird if I paid him.
I know, but yeah, you have your automatic in at any point.
I suspect that you could just put it if you want to play.
Yeah.
Also, it's surprisingly often that there's a spot or two available.
No, this is
By
true.
the way, pay for it, guys. $10. It's worth it.
It's worth it.
Yep. And just as a reminder, if you're paying at the $10, you get access to all sorts of other things, such as Patsy's artwork for us on a monthly basis, which is great, as well as our Discord and other programming episodes as well. So you can get to see about those. And just as a personal plug, if you want to see me play other games, which I might be doing tonight, you can see me at Railery, usually on Wednesday nights. I am playing Wildermyth right now, so it's a tactical fantasy RPG. So see if I can make generations of people not kill themselves. So, all right. But that's going to end here. Thank you so much again. We will see you next time.
Night, Internet.
Bye-bye.